Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, consideration at second reading of Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code.
Monsieur O'Regan, appuyé.
Mr. O'Regan, seconded by Mr. Van Dahl, moves that Bill C-3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Debate.
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What, was that anticlimactic? Trying to find my notes. Here we go. Madam Speaker, I am proud to rise in this House today on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people as Canada's new Minister of Labour to present a bill that is focused on workers and on their safety.
The reality is that the safety of many workers across Canada was impacted during the pandemic. I'm sure everyone can agree that all Canadians deserve to feel safe in their workplaces.
Madam Speaker, no one should have to choose between staying at home when they're sick and being able to afford rent and groceries. It is clear that the pandemic has exposed the gaps in our social safety net, and the time has come to close the gap on paid sick leave. What exactly is this gap? The Canada Labour Code currently provides employees in federally regulated industries with several unpaid leaves related to personal illness or injury, as well as 3 days of paid personal leave that could be used to treat an illness or injury. But if we look at the year 2019, Canadian workers took an average of 8.5 days of leave for illness and issues related to a disability. It's become very clear that 3 days is just not enough.
The Honourable Minister, I have un appel au règlement. Oui.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Shefford. There is no interpretation at present. Could we try again to see?
Again in English and see if is it working now? Wait, it is working now. Please proceed.
Avec le projet de loi, c'est...
With Bill C-3, we are taking action to make sure Canadians working in federally regulated industries have access to the paid sick leave that they deserve.
The Government of Canada is introducing legislation that would amend the Canada Labour Code to provide 10 days of paid sick leave per year to workers in the federally regulated private sector. The impact of this could be huge. There are approximately 18,500 employers in federally regulated industries. That's 18,500 employers. That includes federal crown corporations as well as certain activities on First Nations reserves. Together, they employ nearly 1 million Canadians. And the vast majority of them, some 87%, are working in medium-sized to large firms. That is, companies with 100 employees or more. Le secteur...
The federally regulated sector is comprised of workplaces from a broad range of industries. It includes interprovincial air, rail, road, and marine transportation, pipelines, banks, postal and courier services, among others. These are all industries that people count on every day.
Life during the pandemic has been stressful for so many people right across Canada. I think of my fellow Newfoundlanders who were worried about food and other goods because of the fear that the island's supply chain could be cut off. Yes, sometimes it was due to weather, but other times it was due to the terminals in Port aux Basques and North Sydney being closed after already being on limited capacity due to COVID.
It is so important that these industries survive and thrive, so we must support the workers at the heart of these industries.
The bill before us today not only allows workers in these vital industries to stay home to rest when they are sick, but also prevents the spread of illnesses in their workplaces. More specifically, Madam Speaker, Bill C-3 would amend Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code to make two changes.
The first change is to provide that for each calendar year, employees would accumulate 1 day of paid leave per completed month of employment, up to a maximum entitlement of 10 days per calendar year.
The second change is to avoid duplicating paid leave provisions relating to illness or injury under the Canada Labour Code. These two changes would impact more than 580,000 employees in the federally regulated private sector who do not currently have access to at least 10 days of paid sick leave. That's 63%. 63% of federally regulated workers who do not have access to 10 paid sick days. Madam Speaker, increased paid sick leave would support employees by protecting them in three ways. Tout d'abord,
first, paid sick leave would protect workers' incomes. Workers won't have to choose between staying home to get well and getting paid. Second, it would protect their jobs. And finally, it would protect workers' health. Additional sick days would allow them to recover at home. And this would protect others in the workplace.
To sum it up, we are taking action to give workers and employers the concrete support that they need to keep their workplaces safe. Paid leave, paid sick leave, will help us curb the spread of COVID-19 and other illnesses in workplaces right across the country. And it's an important step toward finishing the fight against that virus and ending the global pandemic.
Not only does paid sick leave allow workers to focus on their health and to reduce the spread of disease, but it also protects our economy.
But the benefits don't end there. Research indicates that not having access to paid sick leave is associated with high employee turnover. That's on top of increasing an employee's need for healthcare resources over the long term. These outcomes impose economic costs on individuals, employers, families, and the government.
Studies have shown that providing paid sick leave benefits both employers and the public health care system.
And for these reasons, it is clear that the bill before us today should move forward. Madam Speaker, paid sick days for federally regulated workers was part of the Liberal platform in the last election. We committed to introducing this piece of legislation within our first 100 days as a government. We have made good today on that promise.
Introducing 10 days of paid sick leave is actually only the first step of our plan.
We want to see paid sick leave implemented across the country in all sectors. To do that, we need to work with provinces and territories to take an approach that benefits Canadian workers from coast to coast to coast. Because 58% of workers across the country currently do not have access to any paid sick leave. This brings me to the other aspect of the Government of Canada's commitment. In addition to the measures I mentioned earlier, the Government of Canada will also meet with provinces and territories to discuss a plan to legislate sick leave across the country. And of course, this would be done while respecting jurisdiction and keeping the unique needs of small business owners top of mind. Today, not every province and territory has paid sick leave provisions. In fact, only Prince Edward Island and Quebec currently have permanent requirements for employers to provide paid sick leave. That being said, British Columbia has recently finished consultations on creating regulations to define a minimum entitlement to 5 paid sick leave days for personal illness or injury. So it varies from one place to another. For example, back home in Newfoundland and Labrador, there are 7 unpaid days of leave for sickness or family responsibility, and that is after 30 continuous days of employment with the same employer. But right across the Cabot Strait in Nova Scotia, workers are entitled to 3 unpaid days of leave due to the sickness of a child, parent, or family member, or for medical, dental, or other similar appointments during working hours. The
number of days and the requirements are very different depending on where you live. And that should not be the case. When we look at paid sick leave provisions directly related to COVID-19, things are also very different depending on where you live.
During the pandemic, British Columbia, Manitoba, Ontario, and Yukon introduced temporary paid leave provisions for reasons related to COVID-19 and employer rebate programs to offset the cost of the leave. The number of days eligible for reimbursement, as well as the maximum amount available for reimbursement, varies in each of the jurisdictions. These programs require employers to pay regular wages to their employees during the leave period, but also to apply for reimbursement to the provincial or territorial governments afterwards. And as the economy continues to recover from the impact of the pandemic, some of the provincial programs have already expired, while others are set to expire at the end of this year. Again, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought the issue of paid sick leave to light. And as we move through these challenging times, we have a responsibility to make sure that all Canadians have access to paid sick leave. This is essential to Canada's economic recovery and will help reduce the spread of the virus. Madam Speaker, the government is well aware that the changes proposed today would have an impact on provinces, on territories, as well as on employers, especially smaller businesses. Consultation with provinces and territories is essential, especially when it comes to the unique needs of small business owners and to local realities. And as we move forward with these changes, federally regulated employers and employees, as well as other relevant organizations, will continue to be valuable partners. They will have the opportunity to share their views on how we should move forward together to implement the proposed changes and what considerations need to be taken into account. With important legislation, such as Bill C3 before us today, the Government of Canada collaborates closely with partners because they know the realities on the ground better than we do. Madame Présidente.
Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is working hard to build back better and to finish the fight against COVID-19. Making sure that Canadians have access to paid sick leave is an important step towards Canada's economic recovery and reducing the spread of the virus.
Paid sick leave can help spread the illness in workplaces across the country. We are taking action to give workers the support that they need to help keep themselves and their workplaces safe and healthy. And Bill C3 can help us do that. As I said before at the beginning of my remarks, this bill is about workers and their safety, and has been the case with workers' issues throughout Canada's history. No one has been as effective or shone a clearer light on the importance of this topic than organized labor and Canada's unions. I want to specifically thank these groups, whether they be provincial labor federations, individual members of a local or national, or leaders themselves for the work that they have done to make this idea a reality. Hardworking Canadians across the country are counting on us to make these necessary and important changes. Let us do this for them. Thank you for your time, Madam Speaker. Merci.
Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
First time I can rise in this House, I want to thank the members, the citizens of Chatham-Kent-Leamington, for allowing me the honour to represent them in that privilege. I also want to thank my family, my EDA, and all the volunteers for their support. I also want to thank the Minister for his speech. And I just want to ask him, I certainly agree that the pandemic has exposed a number of weaknesses in our social security systems.
Now, and we're doing it. You know, when the pandemic hit, I think the government acted very quickly and decisively through a lot of temporary programs that we saw. I think most notably the CERB, which went directly to people, to give them the supports that they need, to give it to them directly when they needed it. But as the honourable member pointed out, it did point out some significant gaps in the social safety net. And And one of them, of course, was the fact that 58% of workers in this country do not have any paid sick leave. These are people who are as capable of carrying the virus and bringing it to their workplace, propagating the virus, endangering others. It is just as much their problem as anybody who has paid sick leave. It doesn't matter. The virus doesn't discriminate. So it is incredibly important that we close that gap, and it's important that we do it now. Thank you, Madam.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the Minister for his speech. Well, listen, overall, it is a bill that in generally we will support. I would note to the House that once again, Quebec has been a leader in this kind of initiative in preventing demonstrations in front of places where medical treatments are provided. So I'm pleased, nonetheless, that the federal government is following suit. My question is this. I have a concern with regard to the rights of unionized workers. You know, in Quebec, the right to strike is protected by an anti-scab legislation that doesn't exist elsewhere in Canada. Perhaps there is a vague area where the right to strike for healthcare workers, regarding the right of healthcare workers to strike. I'd like to hear from the minister about specific details where we could define or allow unionized workers to strike. Thank you. The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question.
We worked very closely, Madam Speaker, with justice officials to make sure that we incorporated and protected union members' right to strike and to demonstrate. You'll note in the legislation as drafted that it specifically refers to intimidation and an obstruction of healthcare workers, and that's where we define that line. It is incredibly important that we get that balance right. But what this bill does do on that note is it gives law enforcement members the tools that they need so that there is no hesitation, that they can do what they need to do to make sure that healthcare workers get the support that they need, that they are not intimidated, and that they are not obstructed.
Des commentaires, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the Minister of Labour for the speech, as well as the content of the bill before us. The NDP welcomes this type of bill, given that it's an NDP idea. In 2020, the leader of the NDP had asked 22 times for the Liberal government to set up 10 days of paid sick leave. They were told no at the time, but finally the Liberals have seen the light. But now, we've lost 18 months. We're in the fourth wave. It's endangering the health and safety of healthcare professionals. It's great to have this introduced now, but why did it take so long for the Liberals to see that this was a health issue for workers, but also the rest of the public during the pandemic? The Honourable Minister.
I thank the Honourable Member for his question, and what can I say? Being in the light is a marvellous thing. Here we are, in the light, together. We don't have to go towards the light. I'm just saying that we're basking in it. The important thing, I think, here is that we are here now and we're doing it. We know, we don't have to get into past history, Madam Speaker. I don't think we need to conjure any of that up. Most of mine is well known. But what I would say is the pandemic exposed these gaps. We put in place some temporary measures that we knew were very important at the beginning of this. The supports went directly to workers. We knew at the beginning that we had to act fast. We did act fast. But now we have an opportunity as we are finishing this fight against COVID-19, and as we recognize that there may be other threats on the horizon, to make permanent and necessary changes to the social safety net to make sure that those gaps are closed. Today, and this legislation is an important part of that effort.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to thank my riding as well for the opportunity to represent them again and the incredible support I had during the campaign. I'm grateful to be able to ask the Minister a question today specifically on this bill. We know that COVID has been hard on so many people, so many businesses, and he would know best, I think. My riding would like to know Will this impact subcontractors, contractors that are hired in to work on behalf of the government in different areas that are independent and they need to prepare as they have faced the challenges of COVID as well and are trying to get back on their feet? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her question. It's an excellent question. This will all be brought to bear within the consultations that will take place as we move forward. And as we develop a national action plan with provinces and territories with a particular note on small business owners. There are, as I pointed out, some 15,000 employers within federal jurisdiction. And so it is incredibly important that we are sensitive to their needs. They have borne incredible expense and anxiety over the course of this pandemic. Making sure that we get that right is incredibly important. That will all be borne out as we flesh out a national action plan that also, importantly, respects the jurisdictions of provinces and territories.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I rise today to capitalize on the good ministers basking in the light. We've heard much conversations in this House about collaboration. And I have to share with you that our Labour critic, the Honourable Member from Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie, has been calling on this government, and of course our entire caucus has been calling on this government to improve the bills by ensuring that workers don't have to wait 11 months for 10 paid sick days to of the first day of sick leave. There are many ways in which we can improve this bill. So I'm hopeful, through you, Madam Speaker, that the good minister, in basking in the light, will work with the NDP caucus to close the gaps in this very porous first draft of this legislation.
Here. Good question.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, porous first draft. I mean, I think the light is dimming. We have had good conversations with members in this House. We are having a constructive debate today, and I look forward to continuing these conversations as we move this bill forward. I think one thing is clear. Everyone that I've spoken to, everyone that I've heard from, has agreed we got to get moving on this, and that means getting this bill passed. Paid sick leave is a part, I think, what will help us finish this fight against this pandemic and prepare us for our needs ahead. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Port Alberni. I'm sorry. For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a beautiful place that I do come from. And today is a very important day. And like my colleagues have noted, that we've been calling for this for over 22 times. Our leader has raised this in the House of Commons. And the NDP knows full well that people were going to work sick and not getting the coverage they need. And Madam Speaker, my colleague from Hamilton just articulated that there is needed changes to this bill. We've heard from many medical associations and other employers that the need to require a medical certificate from people who may have contracted COVID-19 is a requirement. And the concern here is that the power of requiring a medical certificate, regardless of the number of days, is going to be a barrier. This is something that they're raising, and I bring through you, Madam Speaker, to the Minister. Does a member not believe that this requirement may decrease the demand for leave and increase the possible transmission of COVID-19, especially now that we're in a fourth wave and we've got new variants that are posed upon us?
Here. Very brief answer from the Minister.
I thank the honourable member for his question, and I would simply say that getting that balance right between employers and employees, making sure that this is constructive, and making sure that we do not spread this virus, that workers who suffer symptoms do not hesitate to stay home and not go to the workplace. That is something that we will continue and strive to work for.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Unexpected delight. Madam Speaker, may I request unanimous consent to split my time this morning?
Oops. All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Hearing no dissent, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that and the generosity of all my colleagues here. I will, in fact, be splitting my time with the member for Northumberland, Peterborough, South. Thank you. I almost said his name. That was terrible. I always appreciate the opportunity to stand in this House and speak to the important issues of the day. And this is quite clearly an important issue, and I congratulate the Minister on presenting this and fulfilling a campaign promise. Of course, we are a little concerned, of course, that this is something that other members in this House have already raised, that this is something that we've been calling on for some time, and it's been promised for a while. And of course, had we not had an election that whether it wasn't necessary, if we had our committees up and running, we could be doing an awful lot more. But we see this really. In fact, the Minister in his press conference pointed out that it may not really have that big of an impact because, of course, most federally regulated private sector companies in this country are among the biggest companies in the country, and many of them already have incredibly generous programs to support their workers if they need paid sick leave. And so, collective agreements are, already cover an awful lot of these programs. We think, while this is also, of course, it's a bill that really covers two very different areas. I'll be focusing specifically on the labor portion of it. The other issue, of course, is that we're not entirely sure how many really workers this will cover, but we are looking forward to seeing more details, and we recognize as well that this is an opening towards discussing this further with the provinces and many more businesses. Of course, it's important to keep in mind that as those negotiations begin, as the federal government starts speaking with provinces, to remember the caution that the Canadian Federation of Independent Business has expressed, and that is that they urge the federal government and provincial governments to exercise extreme caution when imposing new costs on small businesses at a time when the majority are still not back to normal sales or out from under the COVID-related debt. Small businesses in this country are already facing a significant increase in employer contributions to CPP as of January 1st, 2022, carbon tax increases in several provinces, as well as other increases in the cost of doing business, including supplies, shipping, and insurance. Additionally, many businesses may be cut off from accessing COVID relief due to higher thresholds and access to new wage and rent subsidy programs, etc. So it's important as these negotiations begin that we keep that in mind. It is important to support workers, but it's also important to remember that small businesses are struggling as well. So Conservatives, I will say at the outset, are generally supportive of this. We believe it's important to support workers, but we also point out that if in fact we hadn't had that unnecessary election and we had our committees up and running, we could be doing an awful lot more to support workers in Canada. In fact, during that unnecessary election, Conservatives talked an awful lot about supporting workers in Canada. We talked about a construction mobility tax credit, where it would allow workers to subtract up to $4,000 per year in temporary relocation expenses from taxable income. It would make it easier for Canadian workers to go where the work is. Workers often have to leave their homes and families to take on temporary contracts in other parts of the country, and those costs can be significant, averaging around $3,500 for relocation. In some parts of Canada, often in rural and northern regions, they're struggling for skilled workers and tradespeople. And so we want to accelerate the investment in infrastructure that will create jobs and build more productive and more connected Canada. And to do that, we need to help workers to get where they are needed most. We could have been talking about that, of course, in committee. We also felt it was important to talk about making sure that infrastructure spending benefits Canadian workers by requiring that equipment and materials for federally funded infrastructure projects be purchased from Canadian companies or those from countries with which we have agreed to mutually allow our workers to supply each other's infrastructure projects. We could have been talking about that if we had our committees up and running and making sure that we were protecting Canadian workers that way. We also could have been talking about another idea that we had in the election campaign about supporting union training programs and apprenticeships and expanding access to that. There's a desperate need in this country for skilled tradespeople. and it's a bright future for young people. And so we talked about ensuring that workers have the training they need for the jobs of today and, of course, the jobs of tomorrow, Madam Speaker, by supporting union and similar training programs and by encouraging employers to invest in their workers. We would have proposed, and we will propose if we get into committee, to double the apprenticeship job creation tax credit for up to 3 years to help create more places for apprentices. We talked about investing $250 million over 2 years to create the Canadian Job Training Fund. Another really great idea that if our committees were up and running, we could be talking about. We talked as well about these apprenticeship programs and training delivery agents, unions, post-secondary institutions, and community organizations for projects that would give laid-off workers immediate access to training, could reach out to traditionally underrepresented groups. It could help tourism and hospitality workers who have been hit hard by the recession. We could support the talent needs of small businesses, and we could help workers get the training they need, focusing on areas where there are shortages of skilled workers. We also talked about creating the Working Canadian Training Loan to provide low-interest loans of up to $10,000 to people who want to upgrade their skills, empowering workers to determine what training they need rather than having a government body tell them. Another fantastic idea from the Conservative Party that we could be talking about right now if our committees were up and running. We talked also about making sure that workers have a voice at the table. We proposed giving workers a seat at the table by requiring federally regulated employers with over 1,000 employees or over $100 million in annual revenue to include worker representation on their boards of directors. An innovative idea that we could be talking about right now in committee. Madam Speaker, there are lots of great ideas that came out, and we are eager to get to work. We're supportive of what the minister has proposed here today, and we're eager to see it happen. But perhaps, Madam Speaker, one of the most important things we could do right now as we approach this bill is to add some minor amendments to it to capture a private member's bill from the previous Parliament brought to us by the MP for Calgary-Shepherd. It was an act to amend the Canadian Labour Code for bereavement leave specifically that would include 3 days of paid bereavement leave and 2 days of unpaid bereavement leave. It would create this for parents who have lost a child under the age of 18, or a dependent child with disabilities over the age of 18, or a woman who experienced a stillbirth from 5 days to 8 weeks. Madam Speaker, it is not natural for a parent to bury a child. And we feel that it is appropriate for this government to adopt this motion, and perhaps we could include it in this to make sure that parents have the support and the time they need to heal from a tragic situation like this. I'll leave my comments at that. I look forward to your questions and congratulate the minister again on this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I got to say it's a relief to finally hear that the Conservatives are on side for paid sick leave, because throughout the pandemic, I asked the Conservatives repeatedly if they would support paid sick leave, and they said they flat out would not respond, Madam Speaker. People were going to work sick, making a choice between paying rent, buying food, or going to work and infecting possibly their coworkers or getting people sick. The mental health stress that added and compounded to people that were actually going to work, the impact on those businesses and organizations and government agencies has been tremendous. Now, we're glad to see the Liberals finally see the light a year and a half into the pandemic. But I guess my concern is, why has it taken so long for the Conservatives to stand up for workers' health? Now, I really do appreciate the member talking about bereavement, because we support that. There was a great HUMA report on bereavement. We support the full recommendations in that report, which even goes further than what the member's calling for, because no parent should be forced to go to work after losing a child right away, Madam Speaker. They should have the time to deal with it. My question again is, why has it taken the Conservatives so long to stand up for the health of workers? Why have they been encouraging them to go to work sick or making a choice of paying their...
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Madam Speaker, I feel like we're not basking in the glow of warmth, of love and everything here. I would say to my honourable colleague that, I think that the Conservatives have always believed in supporting workers and making sure that they don't have to make the choice between putting food on the table and going to work or going to work sick. I'm pleased that we are here today and all sounds like singing from the same hymn book and working together. Maybe we should just continue to do that and move forward. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
Today, in my colleague's speech, my Conservative colleague's speech, whom I thank for his speech, he talked a great deal about parents whose children have died. He's talked a great deal about compassion. But if that's what we're talking about, if it's unacceptable for a parent to lose their child, does someone who is suffering from cancer, do they not need proper support to recover? At the Bloc Québécois, we fully intend to bring back the questions about leave for serious illness from 15 to 26 weeks. Out of compassion, shouldn't someone have more weeks to recover from a serious illness? The honourable member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that question. And I think that it's a question that's very much worthy of discussion and consideration, and all the more reason why we need to get our committees up and running and discussing these important issues. Thank you.
For Mount Royal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just say what a pleasure it is to hear the member for Parry Sound Muskoka and to hear a pragmatic voice, because we really do need more pragmatic voices in this Commons, and he is an excellent example of one. I wanted to come back to the question of bereavement leave. The member for Edmonton Riverbend in the last Parliament brought forward a bill that would have increased compassionate care leave. And we all came together and increased bereavement leave from 5 days to 10 days for all family members, including caregivers. So that would include if you would lose a child. So can the member please expand on what it is that he's now suggesting? Is he suggesting an additional 3 days beyond the 10 days for parents who lose children? Or is he solely talking about people who lose a child in utero? Thank you very much.
For Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I'm not exactly certain if I could give you much more detail than I have right now. I appreciate your kind comments, but they may come to an end since I cannot give you much more of an answer than that. I will just say that I think it's very important for us to be in committee and working on these issues and having these pragmatic and discussions that would be supportive of workers and families. Thanks.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre, a very quick question.
Madam Speaker, hallelujah. Heard here today this honourable member from the Conservative side say the word union perhaps more time than in the last session of Parliament combined. And I would say that I am more than willing, as are most of our NDP caucus, all of our NDP caucus, to continue down that line. He brought up specifically a bill that was first introduced by Chris Charlton and then my colleague Scott Duvall on the construction mobility tax credit. My question is, what other possible worker-friendly, union-friendly policies would this member perhaps present to us today that we might find some common ground on?
Excellent. Good question.
Very brief answer from the honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to list off many more, but of course I've run out of time. I'm happy to sit down with the honourable member and go through it in great detail, and maybe I can convince him to support all of our wonderful proposals to support workers and families. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations on your appointment there. Amazing. And I'd like to say, you know what, I'm not sure what's breaking out in this place. Maybe we truly are basking in the light, or our love and affection is breaking out, because I heard the Conservatives say union, which I will say again, and I heard the NDP give a religious refrain, the word hallelujah. So hallelujah to that. So I would like to start out because this is my first opportunity to rise in this wonderful house, for thanking the wonderful people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, for once again putting their faith in me. Thank you, thank you. 2019 was the first time I was elected, and truly a privilege and an honor of a lifetime. But I must say the second election may have even given me more pride and more reason to celebrate, as people had the opportunity to judge what we were doing as a Conservative Party, and they quadrupled my margin. And that is a great testament to the work that our official opposition is doing, and I greatly appreciate it. I would also just like to take a moment and thank the wonderful volunteers on my campaign, as I know was the case for many members across this great place. We had volunteers who knocked hundreds and thousands of doors, who came out and talked to people and supported people and gave their time freely. It is truly the volunteers of our country, political and otherwise, that are the fabric of our great nation. And so I thank all my volunteers and just volunteers in general. And finally, I'd like to thank my wonderful son, James, my wonderful daughter, Margaret, and my great and very patient wife, Natasha. We all must say that our spouses, our partners, must be amongst the most patient people in the world. And so, to the people of Northumberland, Peterborough South, I am so happy to be back, and I'm ready to fight a little bit, although that's not really what's going on today. But anyways, we are ready to collaborate like crazy here. So let's get into the substance of Bill C3. It's two pieces of legislation sort of crammed into one bill. One, of course, that amends the Labor Act, and one that amends the Criminal Code. So we'll start by talking about the amendments to the Criminal Code. Really, there are two relatively short pieces of legislation. There are two primary goals that I can see. One is to allow patients to go to any type of hospital or facility free of intimidation or obstruction. The other is to, of course, sort of the inverse of that, to allow medical professionals to get to their place of work so they can do their great work of saving lives. And I guess I'd like to just pause there for a second and drink my water, and thank all of our wonderful healthcare professionals. I'm blessed by having many of those in my direct family, and I saw firsthand as they went to work, while many of us were able to Zoom or were able to do their work from home in the safety of our homes throughout the pandemic, our frontline workers had to go out to their hospitals, their healthcare facilities, the long-term care facilities, day after day after day, facing the COVID-19, facing the threat of infection, not just for them, but for their family. And something that's probably not as reported, but having healthcare professionals in my family, I saw it firsthand, was having to wear that PPE day after day after day for 12 hours. Many healthcare professionals work over 12-hour shifts, and sometimes not in the greatest of conditions, while facing the COVID-19. So we certainly owe all of our frontline workers, our healthcare workers, a great debt of gratitude. And so when we look forward and we say to these folks who are going in and literally saving lives, I think it only makes sense that they have free, clear, and safe passage to their places of work. But when we get into the legislation, I really am looking forward to working in committee. I believe this legislation will pass and make it to committee, and I think it's absolutely critical that we get there and we get down to legislation. And I would just like to say a little bit about this legislation, and it is absolutely clear because, as we've already heard the members of the New Democratic Party discuss, I was here in this House hearing them bring this up over and over and over again, and I wonder, and I don't mean to break the spirit of nonpartisan in the basking of the light there, but I really wonder if in fact we hadn't gone to the unnecessary election, that we haven't sat in this House for 8 months by the time that committees will be struck. So in that time, we could have done some great things. Instead of that $600 million going to quadrupling my margin, which I appreciate, but probably was not worth that $600 million, we could have used that $600 million for paid sick leave. Right? We could have used that $600 million to build new hospitals. We could have used that $600 million to help provinces fund new schools. So I look forward to getting down to work, getting to committee. I'd also say the election was September. We are not going to have committee till February. till February. We got to do a better job at managing it, right? So we're there to help you. I mean, look at us as a nonpartisan way. I'm reaching out my hands there to the minister. Let's get to committee as quickly as we can. We need to have the democratic process working. This House is amongst the greatest in our country, and I celebrate it working together. So, when we talk about our healthcare workers, absolutely no doubt that we need to give them safe passage, as I said. But you know what? It shouldn't just be our healthcare workers. It should be all workers across all sectors, across all areas of our country. No worker should ever feel in fear that they need to get to work, and that they'll be intimidated or in some way impeded. We need to make sure that all workers feel safe all the time, and whether that be a doctor going to surgery to save someone's life, or someone working on a critical piece of infrastructure that keeps our energy flowing across this great country, all workers should be safe all the time. When we look at that, one of the things I look forward to discussing and hearing expert testimony about at committee is weighing the right between a peaceful protest. I would say respectfully that we need the right to express and to protest. It's our democratic right to express our concerns, our fears, or even our anger at points. And we have to be careful, but that being said, there is a clear line that where someone feels intimidated, that right to freedom of expression stops. And so I would agree with the minister on that issue. But I want to hear more about that at committee and that discussion, because we need to weigh both the rights of freedom of expression, the right to protest, but of course that right, I believe, ends at where people start to enact violence or the threat of violence, which is no place in Canada, regardless of the place of work. I'll talk a little bit about the paid sick leave, just to conclude here. I would just say that, you know what, times are getting so much tougher for Canadian workers across this great land. We have 4.7% inflation. The cost of nearly everything is going up. We have fully 53% of Canadians within $200 of insolvency. Many are giving up the dream of home ownership because the price of everything. We need to get our country back to more affordable. And certainly when it comes to a Canadian, people should not have to put their lives at risk to feed their families. Let me say it again. People should not have to put their lives at risk to feed their family. And so we need to make life easier for Canadians. We need to make it more affordable, and we need to make sure that all Canadians can be safe. And but we also, this is one of the things I want to hear at committee discussion of this, we need to make sure that Canadians' businesses remain competitive at all times. Of course, it's Canadian businesses, it's Canadian entrepreneurs that drive many of the great employment opportunities. Quite frankly, we need more union jobs in this country. Can I get an applause from the NDP? We need more union jobs in Canada. And how we do that is making sure that Canadian business stays competitive, stays innovative, and that government is playing a helping hand in that while maintaining the safety of our workers. While this bill is definitely a little bit disjointed in the fact that there are two very separate legislation. There's of course, the protection of our health professionals and the addition of sick leaves. It gives me an opportunity to talk about how Canada can connect on everything. I think we need to collaborate, and I think we need to work together. I've been very much enjoying this basking of our sunlight here today. It's only the fourth time I brought that up, but I firmly believe that whether you are working in the oil rigs of Alberta, the fields of Northumberland, Peterborough South, or a fisher in the Bay of Fundy, all work is good work, that we should collaborate on opportunities, work together for the collective good, and celebrate our achievements together.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's speech about us working together. My concern in part of this bill is the issue of securing safe places for our medical frontline workers. In my region this past week, we lost a wonderful small-town doctor who gave up her practice after years from online harassment from anti-vaxxers. This is a huge loss for us. We had young mothers being shouted at and called murderers going to clinics in North Bay. These things have never happened in the North before, but they were being targeted at the vaccine clinics. I will ask my honourable colleague what he thinks about the need to actually have legislation in place to protect frontline workers, to protect families, teachers, and those who are doing the work of vaccinating our children.
Well, for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, and I would thank the honourable member for his excellent question. And I'm sorry to hear the news about the doctor who gave up her practice. I think in general we need a tone of collaboration, and we need to extend something that seems to be getting more and more foreign to our culture, which is grace to people. We need to have more kindness and come together and collaborate, not just in politics, but otherwise. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Danforth.
And it was great to hear from the member opposite about the need to be protecting all workers, but specifically our healthcare workers and frontline workers in the health field. I wonder, beyond legislation, what does he see that we can do to better protect those healthcare workers? I hear about it all the time from people working in my community in the healthcare field, that they feel very threatened by some of the rhetoric that has been happening, the anti-vaccine rhetoric. How can we work within our own, I would say within his party, but also within our communities to make sure that we can create a safer environment that goes beyond simply the laws, but in being disagreeing without being disagreeable?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much for that difficult but fair question there. I would say to everyone, they said, you know what, there is nothing wrong with going into the battlefield of ideas and bringing the best ideas and even having heated arguments. But that's no reason for us to ever disrespect each other. Never a reason to show that we don't love one another. We live in the greatest country together. We're going to work this together, and we will continue to be the greatest country in the world because we've got the best people in the world.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for his speech. I was listening carefully to what he said, and I agreed with him when he talked about committee work. It's a little bit surreal this morning. Compared to other days in the House, today everyone seems to be in a good mood, happy to work together. It's a little paradise. I'm very pleased to see that. In fact, I think it should always be like that. But this is actually how things work in committee. And so I think my colleague is right about that. But he scared me a little bit when he said, well, I don't think that the committees will sit before February. That's scary, and I think that doesn't make any sense. So what would he propose to get the committee work going? And what is the Conservative position on that? Does he think that our Liberal friends might be able to get things going a bit more quickly? Because currently, everybody's playing nice, but unfortunately, things aren't really moving forward. Thank you.
For Northumberland, Peterborough South.
We want to get to work. Je travaille.
I want to get to work.
So yes, we absolutely want to get to work, and we would be saying to our friends across the aisle, let's get this done. Let's get the negotiations over. Let's get to committee. Let's help the people of Canada.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really need to strike while the iron is hot here with my good friend from Northumberland, Peterborough South, who made the bold statement from the Conservative side that we need more union jobs in Canada, and I couldn't agree more. So through you, Madam Speaker, to the honourable member, will he rise in the House today and join the New Democratic Caucus in supporting sectoral bargaining to ensure that more Canadians across the country can have access to good-paying union jobs?
Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thought he was asking me to cross the floor, Madam Speaker, for a second there. And while I do respect the members over there, I'm completely happy here in the Conservative Party, where we will, when we form government, get more union jobs in Canada.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Madam Speaker, I'll get straight to the heart of the matter. I'm going to be sharing my speaking time with the member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I believe the member needs the unanimous consent of the House to do so. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? Very well. We may proceed. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak along with my colleagues about Bill C3 that would amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. Madam Speaker, let me share something with you. Quite honestly, I'm excited today about the idea of speaking about this bill. This is the first time in this new Parliament that I've had the opportunity to actively speak in this very essential activity to democracy in Quebec and Canada. Since the last time I participated in debate, it's 5 months have gone by, and during those 5 months, we had an election cycle which brought us back to almost exactly the same result we had before. During those 5 months, it was impossible to pass bills that would improve the quality of life for our constituents, and this is in the middle of a pandemic. Madam Speaker, didn't the government believe that there were more important things to do in order to support the people who really needed help, like the most vulnerable people in our society? At the end of these 5 months, my colleagues and I thought that the Liberals would come forward with significant, strong legislation. Unfortunately, after listening to last week's speech from the throne, it seems like their plan is more of a draft. It lacks consistency, it lacks substance. And the bill that we're studying today is similar to that. It reflects this government's modus operandi of having smoke and mirrors, a lot of nice rhetoric, but not a lot of actual substance. Bill C3 is promoting 2 measures for the price of 1. On the one hand, the modifications to the criminal code would create an offense for intimidating anyone who is a healthcare worker or anyone who's trying to access healthcare. So that's a noble goal. But once again, Ottawa is lagging behind the Quebec government on this issue. In September, the National Assembly of Quebec passed a bill to issue strong fines to anyone who would protest against vaccinations outside of schools or healthcare facilities. Still, better late than never. With these changes to the criminal code, Ottawa would give prosecutors the means to prosecute anyone who is intimidating healthcare workers. And since we've been dealing with this terrible health crisis for almost 2 years now, and our healthcare system is more fragile than ever, it's really essential that we take the necessary steps to protect the healthcare system. We need to do this as a society. We need to ensure the health and safety of our healthcare workers who have protected us throughout this whole storm. I need to interrupt the honourable member. He will have 6.5 minutes after question period to complete his speech. Statements by members.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today to recognize the International Day of Persons with Disabilities and some of the incredible organizations in my riding of Kitchener Centre who are working to enable people with disabilities to live with independence and dignity. From Kids Ability, who empower children and youth with special needs to realize their full potential, to KW Habilitation, who works with our community to inspire abilities to enrich the lives of children, youth, adults, and families. The list, it goes on and on. It includes Extend to Family Waterloo Region, KW Accessibility, Adults in Motion, Christian Horizons, Bridges to Belong, Independent Living Waterloo Region, Community Support Connections, and the Social Development Center. These organizations, fueled by their wonderful clients, volunteers, donors, and staff, are serving with compassion and improving lives every day. But, Madam Speaker, we must do more to create an inclusive country for everyone. I'm proud to be sponsoring my first petition with the leadership of Disability Without Poverty, calling to fast-track
the honourable member for St. John Rothesay.
Madam Speaker, I rise in this House today, humbled and privileged to be returned for a 3rd term. I want to thank the people of St. John Rothesay for their amazing support in giving me such a strong mandate. But Madam Speaker, as we all know, you can't get here alone. I want to thank my family, my beautiful wife Denise, my sons Christian and Connor. I want to thank my campaign team led by Kevin Collins and Warren Coombs. I want to thank those that campaigned in my riding, even the leader of the official opposition who campaigned not only once but twice in my riding. I want to thank everybody to help me return. Madam Speaker, I was elected to come here, collaborate, and advocate for the riding of St. John Rothsay. I'm here to deliver critical funding for projects like Port Phase 2, the Coverdale Transitional Center for Women, transitional housing. I was elected to come to Ottawa to fight for my riding of St. John Rothsay and to get to work. And Madam Speaker, I am going to do just that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, Nova Scotia is the most beautiful province in Canada. I am fortunate to represent the riding of Cumberland Colchester and visit natural sites such as the Cliffs of Fundy UNESCO Global Geopark. There are 5 UNESCO sites in Canada, and the Cliffs of Fundy is the only one in Nova Scotia to be bestowed this honour. Within this park are highlights such as the highest tides in the world, the Not Since Moses run along the beach floor, and Ottawa House by the Sea, a summer residence of Sir Charles Tupper. This majestic park stretches 165 kilometres across the north shore of the Bay of Fundy, spanning 77 communities from Lower Truro to Apple River. Tourists from around the world visit the park's captivating and unique scenery and adventurous activities. I would like to take this moment to congratulate the Executive Director of the Geopark, Beth Peterkin, for being awarded the annual Lieutenant Governor's Community Spirit Award, celebrating the power, strength, and diversity of vibrant communities across Cumberland Colchester.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's wonderful to see you there, and congratulations on your appointment. I am pleased to stand on behalf of all of my constituents in the House today. Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, and the Greater York Region area is composed of delicate, interconnected natural ecosystems. Madam Speaker, there are 2 highways the provincial government is proposing to construct in York Region. Highway 413 would run through Vaughan, Caledon, Brampton, and Halton Hills to meet highway at 401 and 407 interchange. The other is the Bradford Bypass, which will cut through the Holland Marsh to connect highways 400 and 404. Each of these projects comes with profoundly negative environmental consequences, such as running through the pristine greenbelt and fertile farmlands, raising emission levels, degrading the water quality in Lake Simcoe, and undoubtedly leading to increased development in the green spaces surrounding them. I stand here today to draw attention to the adverse impacts on the environment these projects will cause and to the opposition raised by several First Nations who will be affected thereby. Nearly 10,000 community...
The honourable member for Churchill, Coatineau-Casque.
Madam Speaker, the climate emergency is here. Indigenous and Northern communities are already paying the price. 18 First Nations and Northern communities in our region depend on the ice roads for survival. For a few weeks a year, thousands of Indigenous peoples depend on temporary ice roads we call winter roads to bring in fuel, building supplies, water trucks, equipment, bulk food, what they need to survive. These First Nations have severe housing crises and a shockingly high cost of living. Ice roads are a lifeline, but they are disappearing. A warming and unpredictable climate means shorter seasons, and this year is even worse. Communities like the East Side First Nations need all-weather roads now. This was in the works under our NDP provincial government, but the Conservatives canceled it, and the federal Liberals couldn't care less. But this can no longer pass. It is a matter of life and death. It's time the federal government work with First Nations to build an all-weather road system. It's time the federal government gets serious about climate change and stand with Indigenous communities.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Every day, the entrepreneurs in Madawaska-Restigouche demonstrate their passion and talent.
Creativity since the pandemic. Our local businesses were able to stand out, making a difference in our communities, and we are very proud of them.
Our businesses have held down the fort, and they continue to help our neighbors, our friends, our families, and they provide a good service with top quality a top quality welcome. A good way to show our recognition is to shop local, shop locally for Christmas. And that way we will encourage the economic vitality of all our community.
The economic spin-off goes further than the business itself. I encourage people of Madawaska-Restigouche to discover or rediscover what our local businesses have to offer. Buy local. Achetons ici.
Let's buy here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Riley's Bakery has been an institution and a must-stop spot in downtown Cornwall for over a century. And for the past 32 years, Rob and Anna Curran have worked tirelessly to grow its legacy as an anchor along Pitt Street. When we talk about the pride we as Canadians have in the hard work and dedication of small businesses in Canada, the Currans are a quintessential example of why. The couple had no money left after they bought the bakery back in 1989 and worked so hard to grow the business. They didn't take vacation for the first 10 years, and they lived in a small apartment above Riley's as they raised their young daughter. Recently, the Currans announced their retirement and sale of the business to the next generation. They deserve a long and happy retirement. On behalf of grateful customers, neighboring businesses, and friends in the city of Cornwall, we thank Rob and Anna and wish these great Canadians all the best in their next chapter of life. Thank
you. The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Madam Speaker, as I rise for the first time in this Parliament, I want to thank the residents of Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, for putting their trust in me to represent our community once again. Madam Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight Haley Hodgson, author of O Canada, How We Vote, a children's book about the Canadian electoral process. This fantastic book showcases our Canadian diversity and encourages discussions with young people about equality, democracy, and equity. Haley is also one of my 2021 Port Coquitlam Community Champions Award recipients, which recognizes unsung heroes such as Haley in our community. I encourage everyone to read this great book with the little ones in their lives. Thank you, Haley, for all that you do to build and better our community.
The Honourable Member for Denethor, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, it is indeed a privilege today to rise in this House to pay tribute to the life of Hugh Watt, a committed family man, town councillor, businessman, great mentor, and a loyal friend to many. Hugh moved to the town of La Ronge in 1977 and became a pillar of the community. Whether it was his involvement with his beloved Junior A Ice Wolves, his role as town councillor, or his involvement in many community initiatives, Hugh brought a zest for life that influenced everyone he met. When confronted with a problem that others would say, "We can't do this," his response was always, "We can do this, we will get it done," and he got it done. This week, Matt Clausen was elected to fill Hugh's seat on council. He texted me to say what an honour it was for him to take Hugh's seat. He shared the responsibility he feels and his desire to serve with the utmost of respect. Madam Speaker, I ask all members to join me today in recognizing the life and the legacy of Mr. Hugh Watt.
Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise today to speak about the New Horizon for Seniors program. Seniors have been especially impacted by isolation and loneliness throughout the pandemic, and the New Horizon for Seniors program has contributed much-needed support to community organizations that have helped seniors to stay connected, healthy, and active during the pandemic. I'd like to highlight a few examples in my writing. Organizations in Don Valley North like Shile Nianhua Senior Center, the Armenian Community Center, and the Iranian Women's Organization of Ontario have helped seniors to learn, use technology to stay connected at home, held virtual exercise classes to keep seniors active, socially involved, and host online painting workshops. For anyone who wishes to apply, application for funding closed on December 21st. I encourage all eligible community organizations to apply for this wonderful program. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate you for being elected. I take this opportunity today to rise in the House and to thank sincerely the constituents of my riding, Argenteuil-La Petite Nation, for having put their faith in me for a third time. Thank you to my family, my friends, our volunteers, my children, for having supported me since 2015. I am proud to represent and to take part in fostering the development of our beautiful riding in cooperation with elected officials, the 4 MRCs in my riding, my colleagues in the Quebec government, entrepreneurs, and the residents of my riding. I am committed to continuing the work that we began together in 2015 with a wonderful, experienced, and diverse team. Thank you to Danielle, Jean, Timmy, and to Martin, who just joined the team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
18 months ago, I congratulated the former Member of Parliament for Kamloops, Thompson-Caribou, as she gained a new resident, Brinley Lisette-Hubie, my granddaughter. Today, I wish to congratulate the new Member of Parliament for the same riding, for the same reason, as Brinley's sister, Hanley Laurelyn Hubie, was born yesterday to parents Adam and Karina. All are healthy, and I thank God for her safe arrival. 18 months ago, I also questioned the Minister of Finance as to the level of debt that my first granddaughter, Brinley, was to inherit, and asked this question before the massive overspending of the past 18 months. Today, Hannah and her parents, and indeed all Canadians, are facing rising monthly inflation rates and a housing affordability crisis. I implore this government to address our country's financial mess. Many of us began our business careers amid the rampant inflation and the interest rates that rose dramatically during the early 1980s. Surely this isn't the future that we wish for our children and grandchildren. Let's fix it.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Madam Speaker, the lobster season in southwest Nova Scotia, Canada's most lucrative fishing season, opened on Wednesday morning. Fishermen set out on the harsh North Atlantic in the early hours to set their traps with great anticipation of what the new season may bring, while families at home pray for the safe return of their loved ones. The work is grueling and dangerous. Howling winds, frigid temperatures, and unpredictable waves at sea create working conditions that many of us could only imagine. In coastal communities along the South Shore, the lobster industry is the main economic driver. Families depend on a thriving lobster season to pay the bills and to put food on the table. I hope everyone in this House will join me in wishing all the fishermen in LFAs 33 and 34 a safe, successful, and prosperous lobster fishing season.
The honourable member for Victoria.
Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has been devastating, and getting people vaccinated continues to be our best line of defense against this deadly virus. But while wealthy countries have enough doses, most lower-income countries can't protect their frontline workers, their elderly, their most vulnerable. This means countless unnecessary deaths, but it also means variants like Omicron arise. Vaccine inequity impacts us all. We must waive patents so vaccines can be produced around the world. But this vital measure, called the TRIPS waiver, has been continually blocked or delayed by wealthy countries like Canada. This is not only morally reprehensible, it is unbelievably short-sighted. It means more variants. It puts us all at risk. I call on this government to openly support the TRIPS waiver, to stop protecting Big Pharma, and to start protecting human health.
Hear, hear. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, we celebrate the International Day for Persons with Disabilities. The themes always need to remain equity, accessibility, inclusion. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I want to salute the many contributions made by people with disabilities in Quebec society, despite the real obstacles that remain. The World Health Organization has said that more than 1 billion people around the world live with one type of handicap or another. That's a lot of talent and great minds, and they deserve our governments, businesses and organizations do the utmost to ensure they can achieve their full potential. Today, we have to think about what we can do together in Quebec and around the world to ensure better equal opportunity for all. We have to think about the prejudices that continue to exist. It's the opportunity for us, legislators, to think about the impact we can have on public policy affecting people with handicaps. It's the opportunity to say hello to the members of our families, friends, colleagues, and fellow residents, because these are the people we're talking about. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Today is International Day of Persons with Disabilities, a special day for wonderful people in our lives who carry an extra burden and through whom we can experience and see the innate worth of dignity of their lives. I think of Shaylin, who despite her wheelchair and SMA diagnosis is an advocate, podcaster, YouTuber, and judging from her Instagram, a beach bum too. I think of Calgary mom Janelle and her daughter Raya, who was born with trisomy 13 like my late daughter Lucy Rose. Raya is a fighter, having defied the odds many times over. I think of my oldest daughter Jolie, who despite her dyslexia is working through her 14-volume Dork Diary set with gusto. Focus on someone's disability and you will overlook their abilities, their beauty, and their uniqueness. They and all Canadians with disabilities can count on my colleagues and I to fight for them each and every day. Conservatives are the voice of Canadians left behind by this Liberal government. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
I rise today to mark the International Day of Persons with Disabilities and to celebrate the strength, the resilience, and important contributions of persons with disabilities. I'm proud that we're creating Canada's first Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which includes the Canada Disability Benefit, a robust employment strategy, and improved processes for eligibility and disability programs. Engagement on this plan with the disability community and with provinces and territories is ongoing. So in the spirit of nothing without us, let's work together to realize an inclusive recovery and a more equitable society for all. So I invite all Canadians to celebrate this day by highlighting the incredible contributions of persons with disabilities in your communities. People like my good friend Erin Callan in Kitchener-Conestoga, whose smile is infectious. Together, we can build a truly inclusive and accessible Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, Conservatives have repeatedly warned this government that their reckless spending would fuel inflation. They said that it wouldn't, and yet here we are. The cost of everything has gone up. When will this government take real action to help Canadian families that are struggling to afford the most basic items like groceries?
Madam Speaker, it's a real pleasure to see you today in this session, and I want to congratulate you. Madam Speaker, to answer the question of my colleague, and I'm very happy, and I hope there's a lot of questions about the economy today, Madam Speaker, because we have very good news to share with Canadians who are watching at home today. Thanks to the hard work of Canadians, Madam Speaker, in November, Canada added 154,000 jobs, Madam Speaker, which is 5 times more than some had forecasted to our economy. Madam Speaker, our plan is working, our economy is growing.
Honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, as they say, small businesses are the backbone of an economy, and we need to help them thrive to help get our economy back on track. But because of Liberal inflation, labor shortages, and rising shipping costs, many businesses are struggling just to stay open. Why does this government continue to ignore the needs of Canadian small businesses?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his very good question. We all appreciate and understand in this House that small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses, are the backbone of our economy, Madam Speaker. And that's why that during this pandemic, Madam Speaker, you will recall, this government was there to support them at every step of the way. One thing we said to small business is that we will have your back as long as it takes to make sure that we go through this pandemic together, and we'll continue to support them, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Madam Speaker, just this morning, analysis from National Bank Financial revealed that for the first time in decades, private sector investment in Canada has actually shrunk. Canadian factories are currently operating with the lowest capital stock in 35 years. The Liberals have made it harder to open and to operate a business in Canada. When are the Liberals going to realize that the just inflation economy is slowly destroying Canadian jobs?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, and I'm very, very happy for the member's question and to talk about the economy this morning, because I have other good news, Madam Speaker. And in fact, Madam Speaker, 106% of the jobs have been recovered since the pandemic, Madam Speaker. This is astonishing, and this is thanks to Canadian workers, Canadian business, and that compares to 83%, Madam Speaker, south of our border. Madam Speaker, we will continue to invest in workers, we'll continue to invest in our economy, and one thing that Canadians watching at home understand is that our plan is working, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Madame la Présidente, depuis 6 ans de...
For 6 years, the Liberal government, especially over the last few months, has led to a trend. The government spends a lot of money, prints a lot of money, borrows a lot of money. 1, 2, 3. 3 aspects that mean that Canada is dealing with the worst inflation crisis since 2003. Every Canadian family is paying more and dealing with a higher cost of living. Could the Liberal government commit to just one small, responsible thing? Is the government ready to control their expenditures? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, j'aimerais remercier.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for Louis-Saint-Laurent, for whom I have a great deal of respect. I am pleased because this morning he's giving me the opportunity to share great news with the House and Canadians. Thanks to the hard work of Canadians, in November, Canada added 154,000 jobs. That's 5 times higher than some forecasts. If there's one thing that Canadians are saying, it's that our plan is working because our economy is growing. The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Well, Madam Speaker, I invite my colleague to go somewhere where they're distributing food baskets and say that everything's going well. No, things are not going well. Families are suffering more, are paying more, and that's true for every Canadian family. In my riding, there's a relief assistance organization, Amélie Frédéric, that's noted a 25% increase in requests for food baskets. 25%! That is the reality of inflation. The director of Amélie Frédéric said that our donors of yesterday are recipients today. The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, je voudrais remercier le député.
I'd like to thank the member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. And I understand that I distributed food baskets to families in need earlier this year, but if there's one thing that Canadians will remember about this government, it's that when there was a pandemic in Canada, we were there to support them. We were there for families, we were there for workers, and we were there for businesses. The best thing we can do, and I would give some advice to the member in opposition, is to support Bill C2, which will continue to help families and workers in Canada. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, for 8 months, the government has been hiding information about what led to the firing of 2 scientists at Canada's top secret virus research centre. For 8 months, the government has refused to produce documents that would shed light on possible espionage for China. Now, it's changing its mind and offering to present documents to opposition parties, but in an extremely restricted and controlled way. The government leader calls this a gesture of good faith. Does this mean that for the past 8 months, the government's been acting in bad faith? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The balance between ensuring the House has access to all documents and ensuring that national security interests are protected is absolutely paramount to this government. That's why we suggested that the National Security Committee of Parliamentarians be used so that members of Parliament could have access to all documents in an unrestricted way. Opposition parties said that that wasn't enough, and we're willing to go further. And so we're suggesting the model that was used for Afghan detainees in 2010 as the way to proceed. I look forward to talking.
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. It's normal to ask questions. Scientists that appear to have ties to the Chinese regime had access to the most confidential secrets, had to be fired. But instead of being transparent and offering answers, the Prime Minister first called the opposition racist and even went to court to prevent you from demanding documents this House was asking for. It's like Canadians suing a referee to prevent him from applying the rules. Does the government realize that the public has a right to the truth and that opacity only encourages speculation? The Honourable House Leader.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Et c'est absolument clair que toute l'information est disponible pour le député, mais c'est essentiel.
It's absolutely clear that the information is available to members, but we need a system or... Pardon? We need a system where we can check information with members in a safe way. These documents have to do with national security. We need a system to protect our national security.
La petite patrie.
Rosemont la petite patrie.
Nouvelle journée, nouveau chapitre.
New day. A new dark chapter for armed violence in Montreal. A 30-second murder happened in Montreal. Nearly 60 weapons were seized at the border, and they were destined for Montreal streets. There are too many weapons still in circulation. At the border, we need more resources in order to protect our children. That's enough. Will the minister commit today to taking real measures to stop the trafficking of illegal weapons at our border? The Honourable Minister. I want to thank my colleague for his question. Every case is one too many. We're taking steps to fight this type of violence, and we're making significant investments. We've established a working group with the United States, and I will be consulting my Quebecois counterpart later today.
Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, health experts have told us that if countries like Canada do not work urgently to get vaccines to the world's most vulnerable populations, dangerous variants like Omicron will continue to develop. The global impacts will be dire. More people will die, and the COVID-19 nightmare will continue. Canadians want to get back to normal, but that won't happen unless everyone, everywhere, has access to the vaccine. The Liberal government is moving way too slow. Will the government scale up production, waive patent restrictions, and make sure vaccine...
L'honorable ministre, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the important question and for her advocacy on this very important issue. It is precisely why, from the very beginning, Canada stepped up when in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. It is precisely why we helped found, support, and also co-chair the COVAX AMC group, and it is exactly why we have donated millions of vaccines to the developing world, because we understand that until we end this pandemic everywhere, we don't end it anywhere. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, small businesses have struggled through an enormously challenging year. On December 31st, they'll be ready to toast a more prosperous and brighter new year. But who will be knocking on their doors when the clock strikes midnight? The Liberal tax collector. The New Year's hangover this year will be the CPP increase. After such a difficult 2021, why are the Liberals increasing CPP taxes on businesses?
Great question. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's a real pleasure to be raising in this House again today. Madam Speaker, I think the member is misleading in the question, Madam Speaker. In fact, Madam Speaker, this is not an increase, Madam Speaker. This is not a tax, Madam Speaker, and we will make sure that we'll be there. What Canadians understand, Madam Speaker, is that we have been through them, we have been with them at every step of the way during this pandemic, and will continue to be there for small and medium-sized businesses, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, Madam Speaker, the government says the January 1st payroll tax hikes are necessary, but a payroll tax needs a payroll to tax. Statistics Canada's most recent survey of business conditions say that 1 in 4 businesses expect their profitability to be down by the end of the year. And there's been many times this year where more businesses have closed than opened. Is the government not concerned that a higher tax in this country's current economic conditions could cause further small businesses to fold?
Yeah, great question.
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question because it gives me a chance to explain to this House and to Canadians who are watching at home this morning, Madam Speaker, one thing that Canadians and small businesses across this nation will remember, Madam Speaker, is that we have been with them at every step of the way to this pandemic, Madam Speaker, at the start, during the pandemic, and will continue. One piece of free advice I have for the Conservative, Madam Speaker, if they are genuine in wanting to help small businesses in Canada, why don't they support Bill C2 instead of voting against like they did yesterday?
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Madam Speaker, elder abuse manifests itself in many forms. Financial, emotional, mental and physical abuse is rampant against Canadian seniors, and it is only increasing. In the last Parliament, this House unanimously agreed to M203. Among other things, this Conservative-led initiative called for legislation to combat seniors' fraud. This was over 2 years ago. When will this government take meaningful action and introduce legislation to protect Canadian seniors?
Minister.
Is totally unacceptable and is an issue that is extremely important to our government and an issue that we all take very seriously. We're working on initiatives to combat seniors' abuse, including strengthening the law, creating a national definitions and better data collection, Madam Speaker. This builds on the work that we're already doing with the National Seniors Council. Projects, Madam Speaker, such as New Horizons for Seniors program, help raise awareness around seniors' abuse. And I hope the honourable member and indeed all members in this House apply for the call for proposals for New Horizons for Seniors program. The deadline is December 21st, and I hope all members apply.
The honourable member for Hastings, Lennox, Leamington.
Madam Speaker, last week I rose in this place to ask the government when they were going to rectify their GIS clawback that is currently crippling vulnerable seniors. The Deputy Prime Minister, in the process of deflecting the question, touted a one-time payment of $500 as some sort of compensation. Our seniors are losing up to 9 times that amount because of this clawback. I ask again, when will this government show compassion and step up? Our seniors need it, and they deserve it.
Honourable Minister.
We all know just how challenging this pandemic has been on seniors. And Madam Speaker, every single step of the way, this government has been there to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable, by strengthening their GIS. We moved very quickly, Madam Speaker, to provide immediate and direct financial support to seniors. When it comes to the SERB GIS issue, Madam Speaker, we are aware of this issue, and I can assure the honourable member that we're working on this issue to find the right solution to support those affected. As always, Madam Speaker, we will be there for our seniors.
Honorable député de Bellechasse, les Etchemins-Lévis.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente. Hier,
Yesterday, U.S. countervailing duties on Canadian lumber doubled. I spoke last night with the Quebec Forest Industry Council, which is very alarmed for these businesses that create 60,000 direct and indirect jobs. The money that these companies make is being swallowed up by American customs instead of being reinvested. Many of them are family-owned businesses like DG in Saint-Aurélie, Dacom in Saint-Just, or Sierry-les-Mets in Sainte-Marie. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to convince the American president to back down? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, je remercie ma collègue.
I would like to thank my colleague for her question. I'm from Mauricie, and so I know the forestry industry quite well. There's even a forest school in my riding, but what she should know is that the Minister for International Trade is in Washington today to defend forestry workers. What people need to understand is that we will always be there to defend the forestry industry, workers in this industry, and ready to work. Madam Speaker, inflation is hitting Canadians hard. Home ownership is in doubt for many. U.S. countervailing duties on softwood lumber have made the situation worse. And add in a possible rise in interest rates, and the storm will be complete and brutal. The Prime Minister needs to get his act together, take leadership on this issue, and get this decision reversed. How does he plan to do that? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, s'il y a une chose que les Québécois...
If there's one thing that Canadians know, it's that on this side of the House, we know how to defend businesses and industries' interests. We demonstrated that in the steel file and the aluminum file. When I was running out of breath earlier, what I was trying to say is that the Minister for International Trade is in Washington to defend the interests of forestry workers and to defend the interests of the industry as a whole. That's what we're doing today, and it's what we're going to continue to do.
Député d'Avignon-Lamitis, Madame Matapédia.
Madame la Présidente, ça s'est encore produit.
It happened again. Gun violence struck in Montreal once again. Yesterday, a 20-year-old man was shot and killed. A 17-year-old teenager was also injured. It happened in the middle of the street in a residential neighborhood at 7:15 p.m. Madam Speaker, families in Montreal are afraid. They're afraid of losing their children, afraid of being hit by stray bullets, afraid of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, even though they're in their own neighborhoods. The Minister knows he has a duty to act, but does he also understand the urgency? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, we agree that it's important to have working groups at the border, and they've been in place for some time now. This week, over 60 firearms were seized, thanks to a partnership between RCMP, Sûreté du Québec, and Montreal's police force. We're going to mobilize everything we can to ensure that our children and our families can be safe. Thank you. Madam Speaker, this was the 32nd homicide in Montreal this year, and we've still got a month to go. I welcome the seizures, but more needs to be done. I welcome the Minister's openness to attending the summit convened by the Mayor of Montreal at the end of January, but we need to act faster. The Government of Quebec announced $46 million this morning for violence prevention. We feel the urgency to act, but we feel it less in Ottawa. What is the Minister going to do today to demonstrate that he understands this urgency? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, we will continue to fight the trafficking of weapons at the border, and we want to end violence in our communities. We promise to invest $1 billion into the provinces and municipalities in order to eliminate handguns. As I've already said, I have a virtual meeting with my counterpart in Quebec to find more real solutions that we can implement on the ground.
Thornhill.
Madam Speaker, in times of doubt and uncertainty, Canadians can rely on one thing from this government: more confusion. Yesterday, the U.S. announced new travel restrictions for Canadians. On our side, the Minister announced new testing measures for all travelers coming here. He didn't say who would administer the test. He didn't say where travelers would have to isolate. He didn't say when these measures would begin, and he didn't tell airports or airlines. So I have a few simple questions for the Minister. Who, what, where, when, and how will Canadians get details on this new plan?
The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'm very pleased to answer this question very quickly. This is the first time I've had a chance to rise in this House. I want to welcome the new pages who are here. I mention it because the member for Hull-Aylmer and myself were pages many years ago. We know just how important this responsibility is, and we are grateful for everything the pages do. Now, when it comes to the question, our decisions are science-based, and we're going to protect everyone's health and safety. Madam Speaker, the Liberal government announced last week stricter measures at the border in order to deal with the new variant, as requested by the Conservative opposition. And a week later, we can see there's a gap between what the Minister of Health says and what's really happening. No consultation with airports, no consultation with provinces regarding on-arrival tests. In short, it's a shambles. Is the Minister of Health aware that improvisation has no place in public health and in protecting Canadians overall? The Honourable Minister. Thank you. I'm delighted to have the first question from my colleague, the Conservative critic on health and safety. Very quickly, the first thing I want to say is that everything we do is science-based. And now, there's some confusion. I regret to say that just a few days ago, my colleague was requesting the cessation of all tests at the border. It's interesting to know how Conservative MPs have received vaccinations in the country. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Wouldn't add to the confusion. Canadians are stranded in South Africa. They're desperately trying to get assistance from this government. Yes. They're having to jump through hoops just to find an affordable PCR test or a safe flight back home. Instead, their calls for action have gone unanswered by this government, and it's scrambling to provide them clear guidance. Does the minister have a plan to help bring these stranded Canadians home, or are they just going to keep sending those calls to voicemail?
Madam Speaker, and I'm again very pleased to be able to say a bit more on that. We are delighted to work very well and very constructively with airports across Canada, with public health officials. I'm also pleased to remind every Canadian that the best way to protect ourselves is following public health measures and be vaccinated. And talking about a call to action, what about the action of Conservative MPs who have not yet been able to benefit from the 61 million doses already administered to Canadians?
L'honorable député de Mégantic-L'Érable.
Parlons de la lenteur, Madame la...
Talking about being slow, this government has been slow to act. Everybody recognizes that they were slow to act at the beginning of the pandemic, slow at the border, slow with vaccines. To this day, no one seems to know who's going to pay for on-arrival tests for international travels. The health minister said on Wednesday it's going to take a long time to set up. It will take time. Really? 20 months later? Haven't they learned anything yet? The Liberals don't understand that time is what counts the most to avoid a fifth wave. Why are the Liberals so slow to act? Madam Speaker, I am so pleased to answer this question. Just a few months ago, my colleague and his colleague for Calgary Nose Hill were saying that Canadians should wait and are going to be waiting until 2030 to get vaccinated. I am pleased to remind my colleagues that we are among the most advanced countries when it comes to vaccination. But we might have to wait until 2030 for all the Conservative MPs to get vaccinated.
Vancouver East.
The Liberal government has failed to meet even 1/10 of their commitment of protecting Afghan refugees. Their continued insistence on layers of red tape have left tens of thousands of Afghans fleeing the Taliban unable to get to safety. With each passing day, Afghan collaborators, human rights advocates, judges, women and girls face heightened risks. Will the Liberals simplify documentation requirements, waive the need for refugee status determination, as was done for the Syrian Refugee Initiative, grant temporary resident permits for those in need, and increase staffing for processing?
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I want to begin by thanking my colleague for her question and for her advocacy on addressing the humanitarian crisis situation in Afghanistan. And of course, we express solidarity with all who remain there, and we are working day and night to continue to bring Afghan refugees to Canada. In fact, Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the Chamber that just yesterday we welcomed an additional 243 Afghan refugees in Canada. Which is not to say that there isn't more work to do, Madam Speaker, and this government will do that work in partnership with everyone, including the Canadians who wish to see us fulfill that goal. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Madam Speaker, this week a PBO report showed that women are still not being paid equally in Canada, and many won't see pay equity until 2029. That is 8 years from now. Remember when the Prime Minister said gender equity was important because it was 2015? 6 years later, this Liberal government and women are still waiting for pay equity because of their failure to act. Incremental justice is unacceptable. When will the Liberals correct course so women get pay equity?
The Honourable Minister.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member opposite, the NDP critic, for the question and thank her for it. And want to let her know that we have women's backs and have had women's backs, Mr. Speaker. We have seen the equity and the gaps in real time. We know that we had to act, and we did. $100 million, Madam Speaker, to shelter organizations because we knew that women were at risk, women fleeing intimate violence were at risk, and that's what we did. When it comes to gender-based violence, $3.8 billion, Madam Speaker, is going towards that, and we have women's backs and will. I look forward to meeting my
Honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Pandemic, the economies of the prairie provinces, including my home province of Manitoba, have been some of the hardest hit. Because of the strong advocacy of our Manitoba caucus, a new regional development agency specific to the prairies was announced by our government. Could the minister responsible for prairie economic development please update this House on how Prairies Can has supported businesses throughout our fight against COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me first congratulate the member on his re-election and the fine work that he's done both in the city of Winnipeg and on the prairies. As noted by him, Prairies Can was created over the summer to address the unique needs of the prairies and focus on local priorities. Through this pandemic, Prairies Can has provided more than $461 million of new money, supporting close to 7,000 businesses on the prairies. Wow. Additionally, through Budget 2021, we have announced $360 million of new money to support businesses and workers on the ground. Prairies Can will...
The Honourable Member for South Surrey White Rock.
Madam Speaker, Russia's foreign minister has just told our foreign affairs minister that the nightmare of military confrontation is returning. The Prime Minister has reportedly told Ukraine's president that Canada will use every single tool possible to deter Russia. With 115,000 soldiers and thousands of tanks and armored vehicles at Ukraine's border, CDS Air said Canada will offer no CAF support. I asked the minister again, as I did yesterday, who is in charge and how will Canada defend democratic Ukraine?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for that question again. And I will just say that since 2015, under Operation Unifier, Canada has been steadfast in its support of the Ukraine with troops on the ground, undertaking training exercises day in and day out. We stand with our Ukrainian partners as well as our NATO allies in terms of presenting a united front against unwarranted Russian aggression. And we will continue to work on a multilateral basis to uphold the international rules-based order, peace and democracy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just last year, this government said that there's no path to net zero without nuclear. But when it comes to nuclear energy and SMRs, the new environmental minister is hiding, both in virtually and in reality. I'd like to congratulate Ontario for selecting GE Hitachi last year as the design partner for SMRs. And I would like to know if our new Minister of the Environment will continue hiding from nuclear energy, or will he take the opportunity today and congratulate Ontario?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government has developed an ambitious climate plan, one of the world's most detailed and concrete plans. In that transition towards a net zero future, we must consider all non-emitting technologies, including wind, solar, hydro, and yes, nuclear energy. It is certainly an important part of the mix right now that exists in this country, and we have been supporting the development and the assessment of small modular reactors. I had a very good conversation with my counterpart in Ontario, and I did indeed congratulate him on an important step forward in the development of this technology.
Can we lower the rhetoric, please, and let the minister answer so we can all hear the answer? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny, Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Madam Speaker, in a joint announcement with Quebec on August 6th, the government committed to reviewing its immigration regulations, particularly with regard to temporary foreign workers. And they proposed increasing the acceptable threshold of temporary foreign workers within companies from 10 to 20%. Despite the rhetoric, there's been very little concrete action. After 4 months of very little news, will they finally do their job? And will this become effective on December 6th? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente, je tiens à...
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. We've worked closely between the federal government and the government of Quebec, which has the jurisdiction of setting immigration targets. In terms of the percentage of temporary foreign workers, yes, there is a pilot project in the works. We will continue to work with our Quebec counterparts to deliver the goods and to deliver the immigration that Quebec needs. Thank you.
For Sturgeon River Parkland.
The price of everything is rising under the inflationary policies of this Liberal government, and few have been harder hit than Canadian farmers. The price of fuel and drying grain have skyrocketed because of this escalating Liberal carbon tax. Now the Liberals are proposing a whopping 30% decrease in fertilizer emissions. We know the impact on farmers and families will be devastating. Less food production and higher prices on the grocery shelves. Why is this Liberal government deliberately undermining the food security of Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadian farmers are important stewards of the land. Yes, we have set a national target for emission reduction from fertilizer. And actually, the Western producers conducted a little informal survey about the 30% target. And hear what they say. We asked a dozen soil nutrition experts, including 10 retail, independent, and federal government agronomists, to weigh in on this issue. Most agreed that Ottawa's emission reduction goal was achievable and does not require making do with less fertilizer. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, since the summer, the Bloc Québécois has been asking the government to stop unfairly cutting the guaranteed income supplement for older workers who were entitled to the CERB. We've been told that the minister is working on a solution, but it's taking far too long. The GIS is a benefit for the poorest seniors. The hundreds of dollars that Ottawa is taking back from them every month, these people can't just charge it to their credit card while they wait for Ottawa to step in. These people are making sacrifices month after month and having to make more and more difficult decisions. When will the minister take action?
Honourable Minister.
Speaker, from the very beginning, our government's priority has been to support seniors, especially those most vulnerable. That is why we've worked extremely hard to strengthen income security for seniors, including their GIS. Madam Speaker, we created benefits like CERB to help people at the height of this pandemic. We know it's having an impact on some of our most vulnerable now, and I can assure the honourable member that we're actively working on a solution to ensure that we fight for those most vulnerable. We're always going to be there to support those most vulnerable seniors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madame la députée de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister confirmed on Wednesday that the minister was working on a solution to this injustice. That's good. But today, seniors have a right to demand that the minister tell them exactly what this supposed solution actually is. It's simple. We need to ensure that the CERB is considered as employment income for the purpose of calculating the GIS, and we need to ensure that seniors can demand a recalculation based on their current income. Will the minister confirm that this is exactly what she is working on, and can she tell us when she will have a result? The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, we're working to find the right solution to support seniors affected by GIS changes due to pandemic benefits. But Madam Speaker, let me remind the honourable member the number of things that we've done to help seniors. We've increased support through OAS for those 75 and above. We've strengthened GIS for vulnerable single seniors. We provided one-time payments during the pandemic to help seniors afford the things that they need, Madam Speaker. We have an ambitious agenda for seniors, and we will always support seniors. Thank you.
The honourable member for Charles Woods, St. James, Assiniboia, Headingley.
Madam Speaker, Norway, Poland, Singapore, Mexico, Russia, Brazil, Indonesia, Argentina, the Philippines, India, Pakistan, Ukraine, New Zealand, a country the finance minister says is very much like Canada, they all have the same thing in common. They have increased interest rates as a result of inflation. What is the plan to protect Canadians when interest rates inevitably rise in Canada? Or is it just interest?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, it's quite a pleasure to see you again this morning, and I'm happy to see that my honourable colleague wants to talk about geography, Madam Speaker. Let me mention a few countries: the United States, Mexico, Germany, the Eurozone, and New Zealand. What do they have in common, Madam Speaker? More inflation than in Canada, Madam Speaker, because in fact, the member would well know that the latest inflation number in Canada was 4.7%, Madam Speaker. What Canadians understand at home is that we have a plan to grow this economy and that our plan is working, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, Canada's new PPE manufacturing industry is already in a state of crisis. These patriotic innovators answered the government's call to help Canadians when PPE supply was short and badly needed at the start of the pandemic. Despite the Prime Minister promising to buy Made in Canada PPE, all I can find in the parliamentary precinct are masks that are made in China. When will this Liberal government start supporting Canadian PPE innovators and manufacturers and stop breaking their promises?
The Honourable Minister.
In the House in the 44th Parliament, so I want to thank the good people of Hamilton, West Ancaster, Dundas for electing me. It truly is an honour. With respect to the member's question, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, we know that Canadian businesses have pivoted. They retooled, and we have supported them every step of the way. We are in a position now where we are not short on PPE. Why? Because Canadian businesses stepped up, and our procurement efforts have supported those businesses. We're going to continue to do that, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Northumberland South Peterborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When this Prime Minister called this unnecessary and unneeded election, federal development applications were put on hold. 3 months after the election, these applications are still on hold, Madam Speaker. When will these applicants hear from this government?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the very important question, Madam Speaker. What the members know is that on this side of the aisle, we have been there for small businesses. We have been there for businesses throughout the pandemic. Madam Speaker, I take his question very seriously. If he has a case at point, we'll be happy to look at it on this side of the House and provide him a response. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de
The Honourable Member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, Montreal was touched by a shooting and a young man lost his life last night. It is imperative that our government take every step possible to put an end to this scourge of illegal cross-border arms smuggling. So I'd like to ask the Minister of Public Safety to inform this House of what measures are being taken to protect Quebecers from illegally smuggled firearms. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member for the question. And my thoughts are with the residents of Montreal who have all too often had to face armed violence, including most recently last night. Almost 60 illegal firearms were seized at the border this week, thanks to the colossal collaborative work between the RCMP, the Sûreté du Québec, and the Montreal Police Force. We need to do everything within our power to ensure that our communities are kept safe. And as I said earlier today, Madam Speaker, I will be meeting virtually with my Quebec counterpart. The Honourable Member for Pelnage-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This government needs to take the issue of official languages seriously. This week, the Commissioner tabled a report showing that Francophone immigration is way behind its targets. He said it's time to do better and time to do more. So why not kill two birds with one stone? Bring in French-speaking foreign workers to solve the labor shortage and increase the number of French-speaking citizens. I'd ask the Minister of Immigration to put in place more effective administrative measures to address the labor shortage now while increasing the presence of French in Canada. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, Our government recognizes that it has the responsibility to protect and promote the French language, not only outside of Quebec, but also within Quebec. A key aspect of promoting and protecting French is encouraging Francophone immigration in all of the regions of our country. And this is something that we promised in our platform. And we will be moving forward with the establishment of a national, ambitious strategy that will promote Francophone immigration outside of Quebec while continuing to promote the French language among immigrants to Quebec. The Honourable Member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
There are over 4,400 natural gas wells throughout southwestern Ontario, a number of which are in my riding, including the community of Wheatley, which was rocked by a natural gas leak explosion this past summer. On August the 17th, the Ontario Petroleum Institute and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry wrote to the Ministers of Natural Resources and Finance seeking to collaborate on the development of a program for Ontario's orphan wells. Will this government commit to working on this critical issue in southwestern Ontario?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for the question. Certainly, the issue of orphan wells and the environmental liabilities that they represent is a significant issue for all Canadians. We, as you know, introduced a program focused primarily on the Western provinces during a time of great financial crisis. Typically, the issue of the regulation of oil and gas producing companies and the environmental liabilities associated with that rest at the provincial jurisdiction, but we are always happy to engage a conversation with our counterparts in provinces and territories when they raise concerns.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In their race to the moral high ground, the CBC has blindsided Canadians by appointing themselves Canada's word monitor. They recently brainstormed a list of 18 words which should never be uttered. Now, I wonder if it was a real slow news day in the taxpayer-funded public broadcaster. But dictating a list of words is actually no substitute at all for the real work needed to end aggression. But does the Minister of Canadian Heritage actually think it's the job of the CBC to think for Canadians?
L'Honorable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. They know well that Radio-Canada, CBC, is independent and makes its own decisions. And the Conservatives would love to cut CBC. They've said so many times in the past. I think that's concerning for our national broadcaster, Madam Speaker. I wonder if they still would love to make drastic cuts to the national broadcaster or if they've changed their position.
St. John's East.
Madam Speaker, 90% of Canadian seafood goes through small craft harbours, and Canada's fish harvesters depend on these facilities to support their livelihoods. In my riding, the Harbour Authority of Portugal Cove, St. Phillips, is the centre of community life and an industry hub for fishing, trade, shipping, and other marine sectors. Can the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans please provide an update to this House on what our government is doing to support small craft harbours? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I would like to congratulate the new member from St. John's East for her election. And to thank her for her question and to thank her for the hospitality she showed me when I visited Atlantic Canada just weeks after my appointment, and including to the harbour of Portugal Cove, St. Phillips, and met with the authority members there in her riding. Small craft harbours, of course, play an integral role in many, many of our communities and their economies. Our government recognizes their importance, and that's why through Budget 2021 we invested $300 million to repair and keep.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The Environment Minister announced that he has blown yet another deadline in dealing with the climate crisis. I mean, God help our planet. No wonder this government is now at the bottom of the G20 when it comes to renewables, right down there with Russia and Saudi Arabia. So while Joe Biden is committed to an energy transformation that's tied to good-paying union jobs, our Prime Minister is tied to targets he keeps missing. So where is this plan to invest in the diversification using the skill and training of energy workers so that no region is left behind? The clock is ticking here.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As my honourable colleague knows, Canada has developed a climate plan that is perhaps one of the most detailed and comprehensive in the world. I would invite him to actually read the document. Canada also, I would remind him, has one of the cleanest grids in the world as it exists today. Actually, more than 80% of Canada's power comes from non-emitting sources, the vast majority of it from renewables, which is one of the highest levels of renewable production anywhere in the world. But we certainly understand that there is more that needs to be done. We will be bringing forward an enhanced reduction plan associated with our commitments under the net zero legislation, and we will be working to ensure that there is economic prosperity.
And that is all the time we have for oral questions today. Tout le temps qu'il nous reste pour les questions orales, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Saint-Laurent, Louis Saint-Laurent. Yes, Madam Speaker, I have a point of order to raise. During question period, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, in response to a question by my colleague, the member for Kelowna-Lake Country, said, and I quote,
in her question, fin de la citation.
End of quote. Madam Speaker, you know that all members here, and this would interest the Minister in particular, cannot suggest that they have misled, that somebody has misled the House. The Minister is an honourable man. I would invite him to take action with dignity, all the more so because he sat throughout question period at the office of the Deputy Prime Minister. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the point raised by the Leader of the Opposition. I apologize to my colleague if I offended her with my comments. That was not my intention, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so let's take it.
Honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, I'll be standing under the section motions in routine proceedings.
Okay.
Then there's Ms. Ramanathan.
Longueuil-Charlemagne.
The member for Longueuil-Charlemagne.
Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That today, on the International Day of Persons with Disabilities, and in the spirit of Nothing Without Us, the House reaffirm its commitment to continue to work to identify, remove, and prevent barriers that still exist and increase the opportunities available to persons with disabilities. Thank you.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Okay, tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de
reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate bills, public bills. Motions. The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and with thanks to my colleague from Port Moody Coquitlam, on this International Day of Persons with Disabilities, there have been consultations amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I hope you will find unanimous consent for the following important motion. That given that 50% of the homeless and half the people who rely on food banks in Canada are Canadians with disabilities, The House call on the government to put into place without delay a guaranteed livable basic income for Canadians with disabilities.
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will say nay.
It doesn't have unanimous consent. Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Table a petition from constituents from the Comox Valley, from Courtenay and Cumberland and Royston. They're citing that farmers markets are a key tool for COVID-19 recovery. As small business innovators, domestic system and food security builders, and local economy community builders, and a farmers market coupon programs are an absolutely key support for new market development and support for existing markets and their provincial associations. The Farmers Market Nutrition Coupon programs help create food security and resiliency by giving vulnerable people access to healthy, locally grown foods and dietary education, while positively impacting the physical and mental health of participants by increasing the amount and diversity of fruits and vegetables they consume. Therefore, they're calling on the Government of Canada to initiate a national matching program for all provincial markets, farmers market nutrition coupon programs across Canada that would match provinces who are already contributing to their farmers market nutrition coupon programs and encourage provinces that do not have such a program to implement one by offering matching funding. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Just remind the honourable members that when presenting petitions, please try to shorten the introduction. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've been giving the matter some thought, and I really think that all questions should be allowed to stand. So I'm going to put that to the House, Madam Speaker, that all questions be...
Agreed? Great. Orders of the day.
Government orders. Government bills, commons.
3, enact amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure to resume my speech after this exciting question period. So, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned, we have, for the past 2 years, been caught up in the worst health crisis in a century, and our healthcare system is more fragile than ever. We need to take the means necessary to protect it. As a society, we need to ensure the safety of our healthcare workers because they held the fort down during this storm, and they continue to do so. That's why the Bloc Québécois why the Bloc Québécois will support C3 proposed by the government. That said, there is a potential and very real stumbling block that will need to be eliminated during the legislative process. Amendments that are proposed must not violate the rights of healthcare workers to peacefully demonstrate, nor the right of freedom of expression. These fundamental rights are so essential to a healthy democracy and must not be trampled on. Once again, you can count on the Blanc Québécois to ask the right questions in order to lead the legislators to clarify their intentions and, if need be, to propose the required amendments. The bill seeks to amend the Canada Labour Code in order to guarantee all federally regulated employees with a minimum of 10 days of paid sick leave per year. The Bloc Québécois, as it faithfully continues to defend the rights of all workers, agrees with this proposal. No one, and let me repeat that, no one should have to go to work while they're sick because they can't afford to stay home. We shouldn't have to make the impossible choice between taking the time to recover and putting food on the table. The current pandemic has forced us to face the flip side, which is just as convincing an argument. That is, collectively, that it is to our benefit if our sick coworkers don't come to work. And that way, we can slow the transmission of viruses such as COVID-19 or the flu, as well as help us avoid unfortunate outbreaks. It's good for workers, it's good for businesses, it's good for everyone, period. However, We need to be realistic about the ability of the bill that the Liberals are proposing to truly transform the labour market in Quebec and Canada. I want to explain this point as we look at the labour market as a whole. So, federally regulated businesses, such as banks, telecommunications sector, airlines, only represent a small fraction, approximately 6% of all the workers across the country. And of that fraction, we have to consider all the workers whose employment conditions are subject to a collective agreement that is equal or more generous to what Bill C-3 is proposing. So ultimately, we're just seeing crumbs in this bill. Another public relations exercise by this government. That said, I personally believe that improving the labor conditions of some workers does represent, ultimately, a win for all workers, and that's why the Bloc will support this bill. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have come back to Parliament after more than 2 months after calling a useless election, and after presenting a throne speech that lacked in inspiration, they have now come forward with a two-headed bill that seeks to make succinct amendments to the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. The fact that this bill is one of the top priorities of this government as it comes back to work shows eloquently that the Liberals are trying to tick off their election promises rather than to move forward structural legislation, and that they still don't have a clear vision to give this Parliament, and even less so a plan for our country and Quebec as a whole. Despite this, the Bloc will support C-3 in order to allow it to go forward. As somebody very wise once said, you can't be against apple pie, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I really do recognize opposition members that are coming forward and speaking positively of the legislation, indicating that they would be supporting it. Very much appreciate the value in that. This is something in which was raised during the last federal election. The Prime Minister did make a commitment to it, as the member has referenced. And just given the very nature of what we have witnessed over the last number of months, I think that it sends not only a positive message, but it really has some teeth within the legislation to make a difference, in particular by highlighting just how important our healthcare workers have been through this process. And if he could just provide his thoughts in regards to why he believes that it would be of value to see this legislation pass before the House rises.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neigette, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it's as important as that for the government, I wonder why they didn't table this bill before. And if it's so important, why didn't they recall Parliament? And it took more than 60 days to do so. Yes, it's an important, progress, and it will protect healthcare workers, but support for workers that currently don't have access to all the sick leave, as set out in the bill, needs to be ensured. So, as I said, Mr. Speaker, we can't be against apple pie, but the question that I would ask my colleague is, when it's urgent, it's important to take action rather than simply let things drag.
Come on.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. You know, it's something that is really at the heart of our political action in the NDP, that is to protect and promote the rights of workers. And during all of 2020, the pandemic, we insisted to the Liberal government and hammered it home that people need to have access to paid sick leave, those under federally regulated employees. They didn't want to do anything, kept putting it off in the middle of the election campaign. 18 months after the pandemic began, they said, finally, it's a good idea. We need to do it quickly. So how can he explain the fact that the Liberals have finally woken up and paid sick leave is not just an individual benefit, it's something that concerns public health?
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont Lapetite-Patrie for his question. Faithful to his tradition, the Bloc Québécois supports workers' rights and is also a loyal ally of unions. Mr. Speaker, it is very hard, standing where I am, to understand why this Liberal government has taken so long with this bill. We know that it wanted to do a bit of a smoke show with the elections, make an election promise, and here it has come back with this. It's hard to understand. When I think about other bills, for example, C10, the Modernization of the Official Languages Act, we see similar delays. It's very hard to explain the inexplicable, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my eloquent colleague for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques for his extremely interesting speech. And he said that no one can be against motherhood and apple pie. It's normal that we don't want people infecting others, so yes, we need these 10 days to be safe ourselves and protect others. But more broadly, he raised the matter of the speech from the throne. And as we're talking about workers' rights, a real gap that we've noticed, and this is something that my eloquent colleague for Thérèse de Blainville has been talking about a lot, we didn't see anything about EI reform. Today in 2021, we need to increase the protection of workers' rights through an EI reform. The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. 30 seconds, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, it's very hard to explain the inexplicable. Currently, someone who's fighting a serious disease gets less support in terms of EI weeks than someone who loses their job and ends up with more weeks that they're eligible for. Now, the Liberals have said, yes, of course we care. We will increase it to 26 weeks. And I hope that there will be consensus in this House. Because, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about people who are facing severe illness and they're not getting the support that they need. That they need to get back on the job market. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd like to start by thanking my excellent colleague for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques for his presentation. We are here today to discuss Bill C3, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. Now we are at second reading of this bill introduced by our colleague from St. John's South Mount Pearl. C3 proposes to increase penalties for those who intimidate healthcare workers or patients or who interfere with access to a hospital or clinic in order to prevent care from being provided. The bill also proposes that federally regulated employers be forced to provide up to 10 days of paid sick leave to their employees. C3 is a win-win situation for Quebec, and our party will support it. The amendments proposed today are in line with demands made by the major unions, legitimate demands. They will benefit a large number of employees. Whether in the past, the present, or the future, the Bloc Québécois has always been and will always be on the side of Quebec workers, as my colleague said. And we also support workers in the rest of Canada. Our party has already criticized the anti-vaccine protests that have occurred near hospitals and clinics during the last election campaign. The Bloc Québécois is opposed to any form of violence, intimidation, or any form of obstruction directed at healthcare workers or anyone seeking care, for example, a vaccine. C3 will place more tools in the hands of police and prosecutors in order to be able to prosecute offenders who attack healthcare workers directly or indirectly, as well as patients seeking care. There are 8 sections in Bill C3 amending two statutes, the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code. One section proposes to add intimidation of healthcare workers to the list of offences that can be linked to privacy offences. Another proposes prison sentences of up to 10 years for anyone who attempts to interfere with the delivery of health care by creating fear in patients, professionals, or support staff. In addition, the bill prohibits intentionally preventing or obstructing access to a place where health services are provided, such as a hospital or clinic. Now, this is one of the points that will have to be examined in detail, because we do not want to interfere with healthcare employees' right to protest. Another clause provides that any criminal offense committed against a healthcare worker in the performance of his or her duties may be considered an aggravating circumstance. All in all, this is a good piece of legislation, but in practice, it doesn't change much. The offenses it adds to the criminal code already exist. It is already a criminal offense to block access to a hospital. So it was not because of a lack of legal authority that this provision of the criminal code was not enforced, but rather for lack of political will. The amendments proposed by C3 do give prosecutors and police a few additional tools. While we support the bill, we must admit that it is more of a public relations exercise, as my colleague was saying earlier. Ultimately, it's more about fulfilling a liberal election promise rather than being structural legislation. It should also be noted that Quebec acted on this issue some time ago. In September of this year, the Quebec National Assembly passed a bill laying out very heavy fines for offenders who protest against vaccination within 50 meters of educational and health institutions. And these fines can be as high as $6,000 for a first offense, and up to $12,000 for repeat offenders. Now, on another note, we have before us a text that would amend the Labour Code to provide that all workers would now be entitled to 10 days of paid sick leave. According to Employment and Social Development Canada, 955,000 employees are under the jurisdiction of the Canada Labour Code, and nearly 18,500 businesses are subject to it. That represents 63% of all federally regulated private sector employees. Had access to less than 10 days of paid leave. 63% had access to less than 10 days of paid leave. The Canada Code currently provides for 17 weeks of unpaid sick leaves and only 5 days of paid leave. And this led to a number of unfortunate situations during the pandemic. On several occasions, sick employees, some of them who even were carriers of COVID-19, chose to go to work rather than stay home and not get paid because they needed those wages. This mistake certainly helped spread the virus. And that led to people getting sick and people dying. That said, it should be noted that many employees are subject to a collective agreement that already guarantees them sick leave, among other things. For these people, C3 will not change anything. Moreover, the impact on the lives of Quebec workers will be minimal, since Quebec currently offers more paid sick leave than anywhere else in Canada. Nonetheless, it is remarkable that this bill touches upon two very different aspects. Nothing in C3 explains why these two different areas of legislation are being brought together. there is one issue that everyone agrees on, which is being paired with an amendment to the criminal code that is quite complex. So I think that the Liberals and the NDP would probably like to get this bill through quickly and fast track it, as was done with C6 about conversion therapy. However, we are talking about a criminal code amendment here, and that requires serious consideration. It's a matter of freedom of expression, freedom of assembly. I sincerely do not believe that the parliamentary process should be cut short when dealing with such matters. We are also hearing that the C3 legislative process should be fast-tracked, and if anyone objects, perhaps they will be accused of holding up progress. The Bloc Québécois will make sure to ask the relevant questions in the House so that the legislator clarifies their intentions with regard to the proposed amendments to the criminal code. We want to be sure that these changes will not undermine healthcare workers' right to protest. And as usual, if necessary, we will propose amendments to the bill to improve it. The Bloc Québécois is in favor of constructive new ideas, and we will continue to do so. Although there is a certain amount of cynicism in this bill, and its impacts will be minimal, Bill C3 does contain some aspects that will benefit Quebec workers and Quebec healthcare workers. So with that in mind, the Bloc Québécois will support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. However, it's a little odd that he's putting words in our mouth by implying that we don't want the Bloc Québécois to ask relevant questions about this bill. On the contrary, if they're good questions, we will be pleased to hear them. But I think we're going in the right direction, and something that we really care about at the NDP is protecting the right to strike, the right to protest, to have a picket line when necessary. Is the Bloc Québécois ready to work with us in the NDP to ensure that Bill C3 will protect healthcare workers from hostile protesters who are intimidating them, but will also preserve those healthcare workers' rights when it comes to protesting themselves? The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. I'd like to thank my colleague. There is an area where the NDP and we agree, and we always will agree, that is workers' rights. We want workers to be able to increasingly have good conditions. That is why we will vote for this bill, just as my colleague will, I am sure. There is one sensitive aspect. What is the limit to all this? What is the line that should not be crossed? And indeed, we will need to delicately consider this matter and debate it to find the correct level.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Donc, j'aimerais interroger le député.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for my colleague regarding this bill. An amendment was proposed by our colleague for Parry Sound Muskoka to include in this bill, either at committee or here at second reading, my former private member's bill, C307, which would amend the Canada Labour Code to include 6 weeks of leave when a parent loses a child under 18, as well as 5 days, a mix of paid and unpaid leave in the Canada Labour Code for when someone has a miscarriage. Would my honourable colleague be ready to support such an amendment? The honourable member. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. My colleague knows our position when it comes to workers' rights. We want there to be constant progress. I'm sorry, it's Friday. I think the Bloc Québécois agrees with all of these ideas, but there are major impacts. Of course, going on leave has major impacts, but we are open to many possible changes. 50 weeks for serious illnesses. We are open to continuing discussions.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, my mask was caught in my glasses. I'd like to thank my colleague for making us laugh, given that it's a Friday and it's nice to have a lighter note. And I'd also like to thank him for his speech. Well, we heard earlier about how slowly the federal government is moving, whereas Quebec, for its part, has already legislated on this. Yes, we support this. We want it to move forward quickly. But I'd like to hear from my colleague about how things are going in general and how perhaps if there were one single government in Quebec, things would go better. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. I'd like to thank my colleague, and indeed your question contains the answer. If Quebec were sovereign, if there were only one level of government, things would be a lot easier. I'm a bit hyper, Mr. Speaker, so when I see bills be delayed for extended periods, when we could easily have been able to move forward and move to a next step, well, that's really frustrating for me. And ever since I've been here, when I arrived here 2.5 years ago, I've seen that there's really a lot of time wasting throughout these processes due to the way this government does things. If this government really wanted to, things could go a lot faster.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my New Democrat colleagues. This is my first speech in this parliament, and like many of my colleagues, I would like to take a few moments to thank my constituents in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie for having enabled me to represent them once again here in this House. It's really an honor for me. I didn't think I would be here for a 4th term, but it's really an honor. I will continue to represent my constituents with vigor and work hard to represent the progressive principles of people in Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. We're here to debate Bill C3. And I'm quite pleased to be doing so, and I think all of my New Democrat colleagues are happy to be able to rise to discuss one topic in particular. There are 2 in the bill, but one in particular, which is to finally ensure that 10 days of paid sick leave will be granted to workers, federally regulated workers. Why are we so pleased? Well, because we've been asking for this for 2 years, since the very beginning of the pandemic.
We're in the 4th wave now. And, there may even be a 5th wave if we look at what's happening in Europe, in Africa, and with the new Omicron variant. So it's been at least 18 months that the NDP has been insisting over and over that we need to provide these conditions to workers, that it's essential to have 10 days of paid sick leave. The leader of the NDP in 2020 insisted 22 times in this House, 22 times, Mr. Speaker, he asked the Liberals, when is this happening? Why aren't you taking action? This is necessary. We need to protect people. We need to protect institutions and communities. We heard nothing. They were evasive. They said, oh, it's not necessary. We'll do some other things instead. And then, in the middle of the election campaign last fall, they said, whoa, hang on. That is a good idea. Hey, sometimes the NDP does have good ideas. Let's do that. So they threw something together at the last minute. Then this is after dragging their feet through 2020, 2021, a pointless and costly election. Then they waited 2 months to recall Parliament. And now they'd like us to pass this bill that they threw together in a hurry. But 10 days of paid sick leave, that is something that the NDP has been calling for to protect workers, and it's something we've been calling for a long time. So, we feel that they finally saw the light. They had a revelation, maybe a little bit late, but it's still a victory for us because we've been calling for this for almost 2 years. Now, I would like to take a couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker, to remind everyone of the context. Let's go back in time to March 2020. After having heard what had happened in China, where the first outbreak started, there was this incredibly fast spread of the virus around the entire planet. And governments said, we're going to stop everything. We're going to stop everything. It's too dangerous. If your activity isn't absolutely necessary, stay home, don't go out, wash your hands, wear masks. They basically pressed pause on the economy. Nobody had ever seen anything like it before, and I hope we never see anything like it again. It was so serious that we had to tell people to stay home and see no one. You know, they said it's too risky to see anyone. Now, I live near Boulevard Saint-Laurent in Montreal. Very busy street normally, but you couldn't see a single car pass. You could hear the birds. So that shows you just how society had come to a complete stop. But people who were sick, people had symptoms, who were coughing, who had a fever, but who couldn't afford to miss a day of work if they were essential workers, because they worked in supply chains or food services or health services. You know, if they didn't have sick days, they had to face a really difficult decision. So this had a major impact on families, and it was a kind of collective trauma. Now, we've gotten out of that now, and I hope we're moving in the right direction and that we'll be able to move on. But what's interesting is that, you know, in a crisis, there are people who die, people who suffer. We had thousands and thousands of people who died, and many thousands more who got through the illness, didn't die, but will live with symptoms for the rest of their lives. And, you know, we will continue to be affected by that for years to come. And the crisis was revelatory in a different way as well. I'd like to talk about a couple of different themes here. First of all, the weakness of our healthcare system, the fragility. You know, we're very proud of our public universal healthcare system in Canada, but there were very serious flaws that were revealed in it. In long-term care homes, for example, people weren't ready to deal with the crisis. People's working conditions weren't good enough for people to continue coming into work. It became clear how ill-prepared we were and how inadequate our equipment was. If you look at the recommendations that were made previously, they weren't applied. People ended up without vaccines, without masks, without PPE. And it became clear just how fragile our healthcare system has become. Mr. Speaker, I hope that we have learned the lessons of this pandemic. And I hope that we will be able to face the next one better. Because, let's be clear, we're trying to get out of this pandemic as quickly as we can, but inevitably, in the coming years, there will be another one. I think it's unfortunate that under various liberal and conservative governments, we lost our capacity to produce vaccines domestically. We should have a crown corporation. If we don't have interest from the private sector, at least we would have the public capacity to make vaccines and to treat people. So our healthcare system was rendered much more fragile because of poor working conditions, lack of equipment. There were a number of shortcomings there, and I think we really missed the mark there. Secondly, our social safety net. I was talking about shortcomings in the healthcare system earlier, but if you look at the social safety net, the shortcomings are even more blatant. Companies were closing and people were being told to stay home. People were losing tons and tons of jobs, and some people ended up with nothing. And the EI system already excluded 60% of workers from the new benefits. So if you look at all of the workers who have been contributing to EI, more than half of them, when they lose their job, they're not entitled to a benefit. It sounds like the dream of a private insurance company who doesn't want to pay people. We were unable to pay people when they were stuck, when they lost their jobs. A system like that just doesn't work. So with the economic recession that resulted from COVID, things got worse because not only were there a lot of people who contributed to EI but weren't able to get benefits, there are also all of the people who don't contribute. There are all of these freelance workers and members of the gig economy who ended up with nothing. That's why we at the NDP called for direct aid to help these people, because the system is full of holes. So we insisted that the Liberal government ensure that the CERB be increased from $1,000 to $1,200 a month so that people would at least be able to pay their rent and their grocery bill, because the money that the Liberals had planned initially was insufficient. And for people who do a few hours of work here and there, freelance workers, independent workers, and so on, they weren't getting any benefits. So we convinced them to have access to that, and we also convinced them to help students who had been completely forgotten. So, Mr. Speaker, it became clear that our social security net was insufficient. And one of the things that many people lacked was paid sick leave. And in the context of a pandemic, of a public health crisis, paid sick leave is a rational response. Yes, it's a benefit. It's a paid benefit for workers. So it's an individual benefit in that sense. People are able to stay home and take care of themselves rather than go into work sick. That seems good. That's what everyone wants, right? Unfortunately, if that person hadn't had access to paid sick leave and couldn't afford to take a day or two off because they wouldn't be able to pay their bills otherwise, well, that person would face an impossible choice. Do I stay home? Do I get groceries? Do I try to take care of myself here? Or do I risk not being able to pay my rent? That not only puts individuals at risk, it puts everyone's health at risk, because we're all connected in a pandemic. Because if this person has COVID-19 symptoms and is coughing and has a fever and goes into work anyway, they risk contaminating other people. So individual paid sick days are actually a tool to protect all of society. It's a public health tool that gives people the option of making rational choices, and it allows us to protect other people, our families, our neighbors, our communities, our colleagues, and so on. Now, it's unfortunate that the Liberals took so long to come up with this concrete bill, but at least it's nice to see that there was some leadership here, that this is a step in the right direction, and that this may inspire other provinces to adopt similar mechanisms so that all workers can be protected. Now, there are different mechanisms in Bill C-3, which we think could be improved or strengthened. That's why it's so important that we have a parliamentary committee to discuss this and propose amendments. In its current form, people would have to work a number of days before being entitled to a paid sick day. There are two problems with this. First of all, it's based on the regular calendar. So if you're hired on February 6th, you'd have access to your first sick day only in April because you didn't work an entire month in February. So you have to work the entire month of March, and then you get access to your first day, and you can bank that day. So you're potentially working 6-7 weeks before you get a paid sick day. Why not go with a consecutive number of days of work rather than a full month? So that way you won't risk stretching out the period to 6 or 7 weeks. Then there's the question of the 10 days and the bank of sick leave. An organization I met with called the Decent Health and Work Network told me they were concerned that a new employee would have to wait too long to get access to paid sick days, which is a concern. According to an American study that they quoted, generally, you need at least 6 days of paid sick leave for the system to be truly accessible and for the person to really feel comfortable taking those days. So I think the parliamentary committee should explore the possibility of having maybe a minimum number of days that would be available before you start accumulating days in the bank. It might seem like a technicality, but it can make a real difference to people's lives. The group that I was speaking to last week also mentioned a study where the medium length of time taken when someone has the flu is 4 days. So if you only have 1 or 2 days of sick leave in your bank, that might not be enough. Secondly, I'd like to talk about the option for the employer to ask for a doctor's note if the employee has used 1 sick day. Now, for a single sick day, your employer could force you to go see a doctor to get a note in order to justify your absence, even if you've just taken 1 day. Now, I think we need to show some good faith here. It's almost like there's a presumption here that people would be abusing the system. If the person isn't even taking 4 or 5 days, I mean, is a doctor's note necessary every single time? Because this starts to become a hindrance to the person taking their sick days. They might say, look, I really need to stay home today. I'm really sick. I can't show up to work, but I know that 2 weeks from now, the employer might ask me to get a doctor's note. Well, that makes things more complicated because not only am I going to have to take a day now, but then I'm going to have to make an appointment to go see a doctor and take time off for that and get a note where I ask the doctor, hey, could you sign this paper saying that I was sick 2 weeks ago? You know, it's complicated. The doctors that I met with said, you know, we have a lot of other things to do. We don't want to be signing doctor's notes all day long. I have real work to do, which is taking care of people who were actually sick, not justifying previous illness. So there was a survey done, and it showed that 82% of workers said that the requirement to have a doctor's note would be a hindrance to them taking a sick day. So that really counters the positive effect of having these sick days. It may seem silly, but if 82% of workers see this as a hindrance, that's significant. I think that's something we need to take into consideration. So that was the first aspect I wanted to talk about. Now, the second aspect in C3 is that the criminal code would be changed so that if you obstruct or threaten or intimidate healthcare workers who are trying to have access to the hospitals and clinics where they work, well, that would be an aggravating circumstance and there would be stronger penalties. against you. Now, clearly, Madam Speaker, in the last year or two, we've seen people who have been very aggressive, who are very anti-science, anti-vaccine, and these people have threatened and intimidated health professionals who are coming to hospitals to try and treat people. It's disgraceful. So we absolutely agree at the NDP, as we said in the election, that we need to take steps to protect healthcare professionals. This is a big issue. We can't let people be bullied, threatened, and intimidated, especially if they're healthcare workers who are taking care of everyone else. So we do need to take steps to protect them. At the same time, we don't want to prevent those same workers from exercising pressure by striking, for example, if they want to renegotiate their collective agreement. So I think that we'll have to be vigilant, as we at the NDP will be, to ensure that the right to protest, the right to strike, is maintained. At the NDP, we are the party that defends workers. And we want to make sure that, you don't have anti-vaxxers throwing rocks at them. But we also want to ensure that if they do want to strike, they are able to protest, they're able to express themselves, and they're able to work through that work disagreement. So we agree with the principle here, but I think we just need to be careful not to throw the baby out with the bathwater, as they say. We need to make sure that the right to protest and picket and strike is important. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for listening so attentively, and I look forward to questions. Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can pick up on the point of, when the national government brings forward good initiatives and ideas, it often does have a positive impact in the different provincial and territorial jurisdictions. And so when we talk about the 10 days of paid sick leave, let there be no doubt that the bigger pool of employers or workers, or I should say, are not under federal jurisdiction. So by Ottawa taking an initiative such as this, it sets, I believe, the stage to see other provinces start to follow suit. And just to get his thoughts on that issue.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. I think that it is a relevant one. And that introduction to my answer, I would say that if it's true today, it's even truer 10 months ago. So he's right. But I don't know why he didn't think of it earlier, especially because we were heavily insisting for this change to be made. And he's quite right about the substance of his comment. That is, yes, approximately 10% of workers in Canada fall under federally regulated jurisdictions. So they are subject to labor. Others are subject to provincial labor codes. The Bloc colleague talked about this a bit earlier, and in Quebec it's true that there is a good system. It can always be improved, of course, but I think that like a government of a federation, there is a leadership role that can be played. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of workers who are affected. So if they have access to sick leave, paid sick leave, this will really help them. But we have to put the bar higher to improve their working conditions. I think that's a good thing, finally, that the government is able to understand this.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciated the conversation that was held here in regard to protecting our infrastructure, and of course it is important. I as well support people protesting. It's their right to be able to voice themselves, and of course that applies as well to our doctors and nurses. I would like to ask the individual, what does he think about the fact that we do have laws in our criminal code in regard to blocking key infrastructure, and in the past we've had that circumstance with blocking our rail lines as well, and does he see that the government failed to act when we do have laws there available to protect Canadian citizens in the midst of protests that may get out of hand.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. This is allowing me to say that, yes, we have to protect people who are working in the healthcare system. We fully agree with that. There has to be a balance with freedom of expression and freedom or the right to strike. But having these aggravating circumstances, something that has already been done in the past in changing the criminal code in order to better protect bus drivers who are victims of assault repeatedly. And the rate was going up for a number of years, and this was an issue that the NDP brought forward and supported, and we're doing it again today. And the fact that there are aggravating circumstances when you attack somebody who works in healthcare, that was asked for by the Canadian Federation of Unionized Workers in Canada. In 2019, these workers were saying that over 60% were victims of assault or intimidation or harassment in their workplace. They need to be better protected, and we have to ensure that they're not attacked as they go to work, to the clinic, the hospital, or wherever they work. And this is what the proposal before us today is talking about. The Honourable Member for Shepherd. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Rosemont Petite Patrie for his speech. He talked about the importance during the pandemic and now again, because we're still not out of the pandemic, the importance of supporting some workers. And I have a concern, a special concern for those who work in the cultural sector, those who will suffer a little bit longer. And if we think about the importance of taking action in regards to C2, the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Heritage are throwing the ball back and forth, but what can we do to help the cultural workers? The Bloc Québécois wants to work in committee to move this issue forward to help the workers in the cultural sector who will need in C2 to have specific measures that are adapted to them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for Shepherd for her question. It's a crucial issue in the sectors that have suffered the most in recent years, and dramatically so. It was the cultural sector. And I am convinced that in her region, she saw it as I did in my riding. But in my riding, there was a vibrant, strong cultural centre. These people suffered greatly. And they've been forgotten a little bit by the Liberals throughout the pandemic, and it often happened at the last minute. So whether it's EI or direct assistance for the cultural sector, be it a guaranteed minimum livable income that we need to explore, I would be pleased to work and cooperate with her to ensure the progress for our cultural workers.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member from Rosemont La Petite Patrie, who, as our labour critic, has been incredible in raising the alarm around the issue of contract flipping. And one of the concerns that we have in this particular bill is that it raises questions about the entitlement to sick days for workers subject to contract flipping. So through you, would the honourable member please care to comment how, in principle, workers doing essentially the same work despite a possible change in employer should have their work standards and sick leave entitlements preserved?
The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. I thank my colleague, the deputy critic, for this important issue in the NDP caucus. Yes, there is a concern in this regard. We saw it in airports over the years. There is a shortcoming in the code where sometimes there is a company that buys another company and then they don't have to pay people according to their scale, their salary scale, and they start over again. And it's one of the rare cases where we saw the labor conditions and working conditions really decline, and that was in the airports and with regard to airport contracts. With regard to sick days, my colleague is right, is that we have to protect their rights. We have to establish very clearly that if you work in the healthcare sector as a subcontractor and you accumulated a certain number of sick days, this bank has to be transferable to the new employer with a new labor contract so that they don't have to start over again, because it's really harmful to these workers.
Member for South Okanagan, Similton and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to see you here today in the chair. I'd like to thank the member for his speech. In British Columbia, the government, the NDP government, has already introduced a 5-day sick leave regime. Obviously, that's the federal one is 10-day. So I'd like to ask the member whether or not he believes that the BC NDP's 5 days is too low or the federal one is too generous.
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you very much. I want to thank my colleague for his question. I think that there is a consensus that it's ideal to have 10 days of paid sick leave because, and I was talking earlier about that group, no problem. Said that it was ideal to have between 6 and 9 days of sick leave so that the employee was comfortable taking them, particularly when you consider that often it takes 3 or 4 days to recover from the flu, for example, or gastroenteritis. And earlier we were talking about the role of the federal government in showing leadership, to raising the bar, encouraging the provinces to do more and to work in order to improve working conditions for all workers. That's our job, and in the NDP we're proud of doing that here.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Madam Speaker, let me take off my mask here. Thank you very much, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. It was such an honor to hear, but also such an honor for me to get to work with this member who has worked so hard for working people across this country. He spoke about how the New Democrats have said 22 times in this House that we need 10 sick days for people. Can you ask the member why he thinks it has taken the Liberals so long to actually come through with that legislation?
The Honourable Member for Rosemount Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Edmonton Strathcona for that question and also for the wonderful work that she has been doing for the past 2 years, and now she has a new term, and I congratulate her on being reelected. This is a question that's very important and troubling because the reality of the pandemic and the danger of the fact of having to go to work sick is something that existed 6 months ago, a year and a half ago. How is it that the Liberals, despite the fact that the NDP was insisting in getting this gain for workers, for improving our public health system and our public safety, we had to wait for a useful election and a new government to finally see this bill come to light. So I think that. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may just kind of continue on with the most recent question, which I thought was, or the second question, which I thought was of quite interest. And, the member just made reference to, 5 days, 10 days. The idea of paid sick leave for workers is something that is important to all of us. And we recognize that. In fact, Madam Speaker, the member might make reference to the number of asks by the leader of the New Democratic Party. But remember, in 2019, the government actually instituted the 3-day paid sick leave for workers. And as it was pointed out, BC has seen to bring it up to 5 days. And one of the things that the Prime Minister consistently talked about over the last number of months, and in fact, probably virtually from the beginning, is that one of the things that we can do is try to learn things through the pandemic. And that's why we are seeing before us legislation that we have today. But anyway, Madam Speaker, I'll get into that in a little more detail shortly. I wanted to start off, in essence, by underlining what I think is a very important point, and that everyone, whether you are a healthcare provider or you are a healthcare receiver or a client, should feel safe when they're going into a healthcare facility. And I think that is, one of the two motivators for all of us, I believe, to get behind this legislation and pass it through. I'm actually quite encouraged. And say it up front, in the last few days, we have seen a great deal of optimism coming from the floor of the House of Commons. The other day, through conversion therapy, unanimously, we passed it through. Second reading, committee stage, third reading. And that could not have been done without the support of every member inside this House of Commons. Yesterday we saw Bill C2, at the very least, get into the committee stage, recognizing that it was important. It was important, Madam Speaker, because it continued to provide the supports that Canadians so much are in such high need, whether it's small businesses or individual people, the communities that we all serve. It was great to see the debate collapse and see C2 go through. And then this morning, we have, again, a wonderful debate that's taking place. From what I've heard thus far, we have had Conservatives, Bloc, and New Democrats talk positively about the legislation, believing that this is the type of legislation that it would appear that everyone can get behind. I can appreciate that there are members that do have some ideas in terms of amendments, and we will wait and see what type of amendments are surfaced. I suspect there might even be some amendments that are there today that they're waiting for the committee to, for the bill to get to committee, where they will actually be proposing the amendments. Having been a parliamentarian for a number of years, I've always thought that one of the best ways to get amendments dealt with is to share them even in advance, as much in advance as you can, or do that consultation with parties on all sides of the House, making sure, for example, that the department is aware of it. Madam Speaker, this is, as the other two initiatives, a very important piece of legislation. I reflect on the last election, and having gone through a number of elections as a candidate, I can tell you it's not that often when you get real anger at the door. On the issue of vaccinations, what surprised me was to the degree in which so many people were very upset. And you could even see the divisions within the household. I can recall on at least 2 or 3 occasions where I'm talking to a person at the door and the individual is getting quite upset, visibly upset, where someone else from the household would come and ultimately save the day, if I can put it that way, Madam Speaker, to try to lower the temperature. We have to try to get a better understanding of why that has taken place. You know, it was during the election that we really started to see the type of protests. And I must say, when I was at the door, before I go on to that, Madam Speaker, I would often say to people that, you know, whether it's the Green Party, the Liberals, the Conservatives, the NDP, we're all saying that people needed to get vaccinated. All political parties, with the exception of the People's Party, was really encouraging that to take place. Because people would say, well, what about my individual freedoms and the Charter of Rights and so forth? And I suspect that whether it's the federal government or provincial governments, we're going into an area of denying people those basic human rights that you would have gotten opposition parties at least one of the 2 levels standing on their feet and saying and espousing that we have gone too far. But I am not familiar with any political party or individual member of Parliament that is sitting today that is saying that people should not be getting vaccinated. Yes, there are some concerns in regards to some not, but at the end of the day, to the best of my knowledge, you know, and I like to think that that's a positive message that is going out, Madam Speaker. So when we look in terms of that anger that is out there, one has to ask the question, why is it there? And, you know, I think that we need to kind of expand upon that. What brought us to the point that we are at today, where this legislation, that aspect of the legislation, is necessary? We can go back to March 2020, when very few had any real understanding in great depth of what the coronavirus was and its long-term impact, let alone the short-term impact, Madam Speaker. It wasn't that long ago when we were told, wash your hands. Healthcare experts and science at the beginning was not saying that we had to wear masks. There was a learning curve that was there, and it was very steep. And what happened, I believe, is that as we proceeded through the pandemic, that we learned a great deal. Today, as a result, for example, you will find people will continue to wear masks. Even I envision, you know, even after years, someone was saying to me, you know, if they have a cold, they would be inclined to wear a mask as a consideration. I believe that masks will continue to be worn well into the future for different circumstances. It's not just something in which will be gone 2 years from now. I believe that people have a far greater understanding of why it's important to wash your hands. You know, the 95% alcohol hand, and I can't think of the actual name of it, that you rinse your hand with if you're touching things, sanitizer, thank you to my colleague. You know, this is something, these are products that are going to be selling it well into the future, because people will continue to use it. It is an issue that I believe that in the long term will actually save healthcare costs. You know, I used to be a healthcare critic in the province of Manitoba, as I had a number of critic portfolios. And when I would take the tours of the facilities, I don't recall seeing people using the type of PPE that we have today. And I suspect that one of the things that we will see that will linger on into the years ahead will be, as it should, will be many of the measures that we've learned through this pandemic. So when you go back to that time of March of 2020, and we're trying to get a better sense of the science, and even our health experts are trying to come together to make sure that the advice that they were giving to Canadians was right on the mark. And that's why I consistently said to people, virtually from day one, I am not a healthcare expert. The best thing that you can do is follow what our healthcare experts are saying. What we provided as government, as members of the House of Commons, was a first-class, second to no other website presence through Health Canada that was constantly being updated to provide the necessary information so that people could have that sense of comfort in knowing that there are professionals out there, that there is a science to this. And by clicking in or by phoning your member of parliament, you could get an understanding of what is actually taking place and brought right up to date. And provincial and territorial entities across the country in all regions also did likewise. But here's the problem Madam Speaker. False news, people intentionally spreading misinformation, and this is the type of thing that fed into, I believe, that whole anti-vax mentality. It somehow gave additional strength to them. You know, I was concerned when you start seeing rallies bold enough that you would have people not wearing a mask in situations where there's a high concentration and density, if I could use those two words, of people. People coming together without masks, virtually denying and saying vaccinations are not the way to go. To try to think that that didn't have an impact, or to think that that didn't have an impact, I would suggest is wrong. And that is why each and every one of us have a role to play. Because the outcome of that misinformation and that empowerment of sorts of those anti-vaxxers is it enabled them to espouse, from what the best word that comes to my mind is the word garbage. And what ended up happening is we started to see protests. And imagine, if you can, some of our most vulnerable in society, those that are sick, being in a hospital facility, wanting to go into a hospital facility, or those, because it was a lot of limitations, that were wanting to go and visit some very sick people in our institutions. And you had people putting up a protest, making it difficult. Imagine being a healthcare worker. You know, healthcare workers have really stepped up. The number of hours and overtime, and I suggest you a lot of overtime that was never ever claimed, Madam Speaker. Because for many healthcare workers, when they get into that profession, they're doing it not because of the money, but because they truly care about the health and well-being of people, and they want to be able to contribute. And those healthcare workers, and I say that in the broadest way, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about those, whether they were the cooks often in our hospitals, the ones that kept our hospitals and long-term care facilities opened, to the registered nurses, to the doctors, to the nurse practitioners, to the nurses' aides, to the lab technicians. These people, wonderful people, that ensured that Canada's population, as much as possible, was being provided the services that were absolutely critical in going through this crisis situation. They saved thousands of lives. They prevented thousands more from ever having to go into ICU. They were there providing the advice for people to ensure that they could minimize the chances of him or her in getting the coronavirus in the first place, Madam Speaker. Whether it was the testing or the bed care in an ICU or the care provided in a long-term care facility, these are the heroes that took us through the pandemic. I find it appalling that there are some within society that would actually protest their entry into these facilities. And in many ways, the screaming and the yelling that was taking place. Whether it was a healthcare provider or a worker, whether it was a patient or someone visiting. And I think they really need to reflect on that behavior. And that is the reason why I mentioned that we do have to think about the roles that we all play. During the election, there was no hesitation in my mind. When people would bring it up, the issue, I was there recognizing right up front that people should not be protesting in the manner in which they were protesting. It wasn't right. And Canadians recognize that, Madam Speaker. This legislation deals with what was an important election promise. And Madam Speaker, I see I only have 2 minutes to go, and I haven't even talked about the 10 days paid leave. So I'm going to hop over to that right away and maybe address more of that during questions and answers. You know, again, when I think of the 10-day pay, you know, I referenced it at the very beginning when I said that the federal government, you know, a couple of years back brought in the 3-day paid leave. And the Prime Minister in the last 18 months has said to, you know, Canadians, I know to Liberal members of Parliament on so many occasions that we need to build back better. And this is a good example. C3 is, you know, take a look at what it's doing. This is giving more social benefits to workers in Canada. This is something that is a very strong positive, and all of us should get behind it. We shouldn't be, you know, people that are sick should not have to be going to work, Madam Speaker. And this extends what we had previously done in 2019. And it was nice to hear that BC is following suit in terms of what's taking place in Ottawa. Because if Ottawa passes this legislation, I do believe it does send a positive message to our provinces and territories that we can have better labor laws. And if the provinces and territories get on side and support this type of legislation, then all workers in Canada, not the minority, but all workers would be able to benefit. And you're about to stand up, Madam Speaker, and I'll leave my remarks at that, and I always appreciate the opportunity to share a few thoughts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innsville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to hear my honourable colleagues stand up in this House and give the... I do retract the comment. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker.
Apologizing.
Friday afternoon in the House, but there was an interesting point that he did bring up, and that was the issue of false information. During the election campaign, the Finance Minister and Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party was found to engage in false information on Twitter. In fact, she was marked as manipulated media for spreading falsehoods against her political opponents. I'm wondering if he has a comment about that.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Well, Madam Speaker, you know, I figured because of the wonderful mood earlier in the chamber, I didn't want to use the one quote I had. But I'd like to share with the member the quote that, based on the question and the heckle that he had gave earlier. And allow me to provide the quote. On Wednesday, Premier Heather Stephenson, Manitoba's new progressive conservative premier, made a statement. And this is her statement. I've been very clear about where we're going with this, referring to vaccinations. I have indicated that to Cabinet and to caucus, it's up to them. The vaccination mandate will coincide with the day that everyone entering the Manitoba legislature must be fully inoculated. To solve the problem with the ultimatum to all MLAs, either get vaccinated by December 15 or be removed from her caucus and Cabinet. That's the type of leadership that I think is important for all elected people to take.
Honorable député de Rimouski.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata-les-Basques. I am very proud to represent that riding. I'm always very pleased to hear the eloquent speeches from my colleague for Winnipeg North. And it was nice to hear from him that in the middle of a pandemic, we need to wash our hands with Purell or any other hand sanitizer, of course. Now, more seriously, Madam Speaker, in our party, we really care about workers' rights. That is incontestable. Madam Speaker, in this bill, an amendment to the criminal code is proposed. So my question for my colleague, can he give me a precise and non-evasive answer? Will workers still be able to protest outside health institutions? Thank you.
For Winnipeg North.
Madam Speaker, absolutely, there will be opportunities for people to be able to have and conduct peaceful protests. We do live in a democratic society, and it's important. The member made reference to labor laws, and virtually from day one, Madam Speaker, this government has brought forward positive labor legislation. As a government, we support workers in Canada, and I think not only from a legislative perspective, but also from a budgetary perspective, you will see ample examples of how it is this government supports labor in Canada.
The honourable member for Courtney Albany.
Speaker, and Madam Speaker, at the beginning of the pandemic and throughout the pandemic, we've heard very clearly from medical health professionals. They've said two things that are the top priority for us to protect people in our communities, protect the health of people in our community. Get vaccinated, and for governments to bring forward paid sick days, Madam Speaker, so they're not infecting their workers when they go to work or making a difficult choice whether they're going to pay their bills or go to work. Now, it's great to see the minister today talk about seeing the light, and it's good to see the Conservatives, the official opposition, who've sat on their hands on this issue, finally getting on board, Madam Speaker. Now, CBC cited that 100,000 women have actually been completely left the workforce. 10 times that of men, Madam Speaker. We know there's many reasons for that. The lack of childcare, social supports for women throughout the pandemic, that's surfaced. But one thing we know is that, and hopefully my colleague can agree, that many women are going to be coming back to work in precarious work. They're going to be coming back on contract. The amount that has come back to work that are going to not meet the 11-month threshold, so they're not going to get full 10 paid sick days when they come back to work. I'm asking through you, Madam Chair, does a member agree that this needs to be fixed? Because the fact that it's going to take workers 11 months to access the full 10 days of paid sick leave, that this will disproportionately impact women even more that are already facing challenges of greater risks of skills erosion, potentially hampering their ability to get rehired, and the transition to different roles in the economy as a result of them disproportionately being impacted by COVID-19.
Honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I do know is, given the general will and sense of cooperation inside the House, I'm very optimistic that this bill will, in fact, pass and go to committee. Where at committee, I'm sure that the member or the critic for the NDP will no doubt be raising this issue in more detail, so there will be a more detailed answer. Suffice to say that the government brought in paid sick days back in 2019. NDP BC recently has followed, as opposed to we suggested 3 days at the beginning. Now we went to 5 days in BC provincially, which is fantastic. But now this government has made a commitment to bring it to 10 days. And I think all round that's a good thing for workers, in particular in BC, but across Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened to my great colleague and good friend from Winnipeg North debating on this bill, and it's always a pleasure to listen to his comments. And he brought me back to the days that during the campaign where we saw the vicious attacks coming on the healthcare workers, but coming from protesters, and those protests that we all saw on TV. Now, in my riding of Don Valley North, we didn't witness any of those gatherings, but at the door, I did have a chance to have conversations with some of the anti-vaxxers, and some are more friendly and more more sophisticated, and some are very angry, and so I can understand what he was talking about. And it also took me back to those news stories where we saw the Liberal leader, was targeted, and then we saw he was fighting the battle on both fronts, on the opposition party. There's an election. There is a protest, and sometimes the opposition volunteers will disguise as protesters or vice versa. I read this bill, and then I see that there will be we will recommend increased penalty on those that commit this crime in the future. And I want to ask the member, would this be a good opportunity to educate the public in large that the severity of their action should they choose to target the healthcare workers?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I applaud the member from Don Valley North in terms of just recognizing, as our colleagues have, how important it is to support our healthcare workers, and he has been a very strong advocate, I know, Madam Speaker, for them, and I appreciate his comment. And at the end of the day, I believe that this legislation will, in fact, also be a very important educational tool, and that it will make the environment safer for both healthcare workers and patients.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This past week in Northern Ontario, a young mother was attacked outside a vaccination clinic with her child. She was called a murderer. This isn't something we've ever seen in Northern Ontario. We pride ourselves. Our social solidarity, the respect that we show for one another. This is something I would imagine, Trump's America, but it's happening in each of our communities. We had a doctor who had to give up her practice in a small town because of the harassment and threats from anti-vaxxers. The issues that we hear from medical workers who are being harassed and threatened when they're on the front lines of the pandemic every single day, putting their lives on the line, and then getting the anti-vax harassment. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague about the steps that we need to put in place to ensure that our healthcare workers are able to do the job without threats and intimidation and possible violence.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North, 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really do appreciate the question. And this is where I believe, as elected officials, whether it's members of Parliament or MLAs or local councillors, that we do have a significant role to play on this issue. We need to call it out for what it is. And at the end of the day, it's the constituents that the member just made reference to, that we have to be there and they have to know that we are there for them, and to let healthcare workers know that they have the unanimous support of parliamentarians, no matter where they live or the political parties they belong to.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, and I cannot tell you what a joy it is to be back in the House and being here for the rare occurrence of hearing the member from Winnipeg North speak. It happens about as often as a full eclipse of the sun sometimes, and it's amazing. I can't believe here. I'm going to talk to my grandkids. I was here to hear the member speak. It's actually disappointing that they have so many new members, and time again it's the same chap who stands up. As much as I understand his speeches or lectures. Anyways, I will be sharing my time today with the member from Cumberland Colchester, who's one of the new members that we're actually allowing to speak. Now, we are talking on Bill C3 today. Now, I'm glad to get a chance to get a word in edgewise with the member across the way, but also be able a chance to speak before the Liberals prorogue Parliament, perhaps call another snap election, or any other ploys that they usually use to avoid accountability. Now, C3 is probably a needed bill, but it's a very odd bill. It's half justice bill and half related to the Labour Code, and I'm not sure why they've put the two of them together instead of debating them or presenting them to the House separately. I hate to think it's a typical Liberal ploy, perhaps putting out the bill, hoping someone will object to a part of it, and then they can scream and yell and say, oh, you guys are anti-healthcare workers. But I know I'm being cynical, because there's no way in the world the Liberals would ever consider doing that. They would never try to wedge folks. But I have to ask with this bill, we've heard repeatedly from the government, we heard from colleagues with the NDP in the bloc how needed this bill is, but why now? Why not a year ago? Why not 6 years ago with the Labour Code?
Why have they waited? They've had the backing of the support of all the parties during the COVID crisis, put through almost everything with unanimous consent. Why would they wait so long? You know, easily, the labor changes I mentioned easily could have been brought in before. Now, their delay reminds me of a great Seinfeld episode where Newman, Seinfeld's nemesis, the postal worker, they did an episode where I think he kills Elaine's neighbor's dog, and then eventually he gets caught, and then a la Son of Sam, he says to Seinfeld, "What took you so long?" And I have to ask the same of this government. If it was such a priority, why would they wait? You know, we could have long ago had this before the House debated it and in committee. The election was September 21st, and we waited 2 full months to sit in the House again. Boris Johnson was able to do it with 6 days, reforming the House and getting Parliament back to work. We had the government 2 months just to get us here. They could have easily have done C2, and we heard today in the House our question period. Conservatives get on side and pass C2. We heard a debate. Help small businesses pass C2. Why did they not convene Parliament and get us back to work immediately? So we could have passed C2. Same for C3. C4, conversion therapy. Like, people ask, well, I thought that was C6 or C8. Well, it was brought to this House several times, but killed by this government by proroguing Parliament. They killed it again by calling an early election that no one really wanted and wasn't needed. We ended up the same way. If it was that important, why did they not do it earlier? The conversion therapy bill. They thought, oh, okay, great, we got it passed. 6 years, they could have brought it in. 6 years. One of the bills, I remember they put as a higher priority than conversion therapy, this was 2017. It was C24, I called it at the time, another Seinfeld quote, I called it a bill about nothing. Basically, this bill changed the bank account where the old ministers of state were paid from in the estimates process. And it changed the official name, I think, on the checks from Public Works to PSPC. This was a bill that we debated in the House and tied up committee over. And somehow the government decided that that was more important than a conversion therapy bill. How they paid the ministers had been that way since Confederation. The ministers of state were paid out of one small bank account. The other ministers, because technically the government, paid out another. They could have continued. They could have done that bill then. The reality is the government is not serious about how they put forward the legislation. They delay, they obfuscate, they throw it out, and then demand that the opposition parties get on board, hurry up and pass this. But they could have done it a long time ago. Now, the first part of this bill, generally everyone supports, criminalizing threats toward healthcare workers. Now, we've all seen the horrible situations during the election, blocking ambulances from getting to hospitals, harassing healthcare workers. We've heard the horrible stories from my colleague from James Bay, where a small-town doctor, vitally needed, chased out of his community by these threats. We just heard from him about the single mother horrifyingly harassed, just for getting a vaccine. So we do need, perhaps, this legislation. Now, I'd like to hear some more details. Apparently, a lot of it is covered already under provincial or other laws. I'd like to see how this in committee is going to strengthen the protection for our doctors, our nurses, people, as my colleague mentioned, who are just going for a vaccine. Because there are the doctors and the nurses we have to protect. But there's also, we have to protect Canadians who are trying to access the health care facilities. Now, during the election, we Conservatives have part of our election plan the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act that would provide additional security for those protesting vital infrastructure, such as our hospitals, but also our rail and our pipelines. We saw what's happened in BC with our supply chain, devastated because of the cut for the CN and CP rail. Now, that's obviously an act of nature as opposed to the protests, but the protests can be just as devastating. And we've seen it just as devastating on our health care when we don't have consequences. Now, I hope my colleagues in the House will eventually adopt such changes or such a law that will protect other vital infrastructure besides our hospitals, but also our supply lines. Now, unfortunately, from day one, we've had mixed messaging from this government regarding vaccines and the COVID crisis, and it's led to confusion, fear, and anger. Now, none of this excuses, not anything this government or anyone has done excuses the violence, harassment of our healthcare workers, our doctors, or people trying to access healthcare. But what the government has done is not helped. You know, when Canadians needed certainty and leadership and consistency, we got false information from this government, like we saw with the Deputy Prime Minister being admonished for fake news on Twitter. You know, it's funny, we heard earlier my colleague from Winnipeg North said when he was out door knocking, he was surprised about the anger from the vax versus anti-vax people. I felt the same thing. We had people threatening us with, you know, a shotgun if you dare come back with that. We've all felt it, but he was surprised. And I want to quote to him something from the National Post. January, the Prime Minister argued against mandatory vaccines as divisive on our community and country. In March, and this is from the same National Post article, in March, the Prime Minister mused about the inequality and inequity of vaccine passports. In July, he stated no mandatory vaccines. And yet 2 weeks later, apparently led by internal polling that showed he could divide the country for political gain, he announces a mandatory vaccine, cynically just in time. Now, to finish this Post article, a quote, the Prime Minister's flip-flop on vaccine mandates exemplifies a governing philosophy based on political calculus. Not governing based on bringing us together, not governing on trying to get the unvaccinated vax, convincing them of how good vaccines are and how it will lead us out of the troubles we're in. Nothing about that. Using it based on polling to create divisiveness in Canada for political gain. The Prime Minister, even when speaking out against the protesters, used the term "you people" when describing the protesters. Now, I would use, perhaps against some of the people who are blocking hospitals, I would use harsher language, but he used the term "you people." Now, I noted for our feminist Prime Minister, the website Everyday Feminism says "you people" is a racially coded phrase. Now, again, nothing that the Prime Minister has done excuses the protesting and their actions, but nothing the Prime Minister has done has gone to alleviate the divisions in Canada. He's used this to divide the country. Apparently, I'm out of time, so I will let it go, and I'll perhaps leave it open to questions and comments to address the second part of the bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Don Valley North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my respectful colleagues' debate. I get the picture. He's trying to say that the misinformation out there is caused by the government. The viciousness of these protesters are caused by the government. I want to bring back the House back to last session, where we had the official opposition party constantly, daily questioning the amount of the vaccines we're going to get, when we're going to get them, are they effective, and same thing on the rapid testing. So the message that they are projecting to the public is that don't trust these vaccines. So I think they have something to do, a lot to do, with the attitude that we had and the doubt that we had in the public. And I said that we saw some conservative volunteers disguised as protesters or protest disguised. So just want to ask him a quick question. Does he agree, now that we're talking about this bill, that harsher sentences should be introduced or should be created through this amendment?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. It's funny, I don't recall reading a single National Post article or Globe article stating that the Conservative Party was pushing misinformation or using it for political divide, as they noted
against the Prime Minister, as I just read verbatim from a National Post article. It's disgraceful that this gentleman would come up here and misinterpret purposely, perhaps, my speech. Nowhere did I say anything the Prime Minister did justified the protest. I was very clear in stating that. What I did state, though, he used this issue for divisive politics. And it's unfortunate when the parties are getting together, such as today, that he would choose that path instead of promoting a way forward on vaccines and C3.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech. I have a question that sort of follows up with what we were talking about, but I'll also try to ask it in a gentle way. Now, when it comes to the vaccination of the Conservative Party, I can understand that there are privacy issues, that there are personal choices involved. But it seems that in their party there are a lot more people than you would expect statistically asking for medical exemptions. So would that not lead people to doubt the effectiveness of vaccines, or would it not lead to sort of dividing people on the issue of vaccines? So are the Conservatives not stoking that division?
Edmonton West.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have to say I am disappointed with this question. I have respect for some of the interventions my colleague has made today. We're talking about trying to bring Canadians together and not politicize the issue. And that's what we're seeing with this question right here. Canadians, our party's been very clear, vaccines are the best way to get us out of this pandemic, not continuing to try and divide us politically between those who are vaccinated and a very small portion who are unvaxxed.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Albany.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. And Madam Speaker, we're very glad to see the Conservatives get on board now to support paid sick leave. And one thing that one of the members' colleagues from Parry Sound Muskoka talked about was bereavement, and I really appreciate that, because obviously none of us can imagine the terrible grief of losing a child, and it leads to unresolved grief, anxiety, depression, post-traumatic stress disorder, addiction disorder, suicide even, homelessness, loss of education, loss of work. And right now, Canada doesn't have a national bereavement strategy like the UK, the US, Ireland, New Zealand, other countries, and there's no funding to support designated supports for bereavement, including organizations like Camp Carey Society or local hospice. And the pandemic's made things even worse. So I asked my colleague, there's certain needs that need to happen. The government needs to allocate funding to exclusively support those those suffering from a loss of a child. Does my colleague agree that we need to extend supports for those grieving, those parents, that they shouldn't be at risk of losing their job when they, and going back?
A very brief answer from the Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
It's a great question from my colleague from Port Alberni. We do need to do more. A lot of his provincial jurisdiction. He talks about funding. I believe there is funding available. I looked at the wage subsidy, the billions upon billions that was given to wealthy hedge fund managers, other corporations. That money could have very easily...
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Edmonton West for his thoughtful comments. I want to make it clear to my colleagues the reason I've decided to change professions from being a frontline healthcare worker is to come here to Ottawa. I've been married for 31 years to my wife Deborah, who's a pharmacist, and I also have a daughter who's a paramedic, so this bill has really important meaning for me. Why did I want to come here? I wanted to come here to help create good laws, such as the one we did around conversion therapy when we all worked together. I wanted to help support my constituents to live their version of the Canadian dream, which I've been very fortunate to be able to do. I also want to help return Canada to its rightful place on the world stage, having had the opportunity myself to serve our great country in the Royal Canadian Air Force for 9 years as a flight surgeon. Being able to be here today and speak on a bill to protect healthcare workers and patients alike so they can give and receive the care that they need and desire is truly an honor. This is indeed a terrible situation. It's one I've experienced personally, It's one I've seen other people experience. This type of abuse is mainly characterized by verbal abuse, threats, and sexual harassment. As I mentioned, the healthcare heroes, in the beginning of the pandemic, I think I talked about this in one of my other speeches, healthcare heroes were ready to give their lives for the sake of their patients. It's interesting, I've often thought about this. Why do some people run into burning buildings and others run away? And that's a real characterization of primary care providers, of primary responders, first responders alike. They provide life-saving procedures and care to many people who perhaps are not ready to receive that type of care and don't know the type of illness that they have. Think of this, if you would, my dear colleagues. When the pandemic first began, there was a significant fear that we would get the virus as frontline healthcare workers. And not only the fear that we would get it and perhaps die from it, but also the worst fear was the thinking that we were going to bring it home to our loved ones. I can remember taking 3 showers a day as I worked on the COVID unit and thinking I was losing layers of skin so that I wouldn't bring it home to my family. And also, that a lot of us live separately. There were several of my colleagues who bought recreational vehicles to live in the driveway of their homes. I think too, our colleague from Winnipeg North talked a bit about this, is that COVID-19 has highlighted the importance of healthcare providers and the care that they provide. Sadly, though, it's also contributed to the mental health decline in health professionals. As we know, the violence against healthcare workers is on the rise, and it begins at the bedside often in hospitals. Sadly, it's often gender-based and often racially motivated, although certainly not always. I can certainly give you many examples of the violence that I've seen and witnessed in the emergency room, in admitted patients, and at my own personal office. Fortunately, at my own office, it was often characterized by foul language and demands towards my front office staff. And I want to make it clear to people that in no way, shape, or form did I find this tolerable, and made that clear to those folks who wanted to purport that. What's the reason for this rise in this violence? Well, in my opinion, it's multifactorial in nature. It's related to access to our systems. It sometimes is related to things like dementia, unhappiness with the healthcare system, which is suffering greatly, differing opinions as to the type of care that they should have or desire to have. Also, the mental health changes associated with isolation, fear, sadness, irritation, multiple rules, mandates, and uncertainty. And unfortunately, I have to be clear that some of these things have been made even worse by my colleagues across the aisle with their mandates and with their uncertain rules for people and lack of clarity. Unfortunately, the social media world has made those good graces that perhaps many of us of my age group grew up with are gone. And that's not to be disparaging to younger folks, that's unfair. But many of those good graces are gone, and they're spilling over into real life, not just the virtual world. And that too makes me sad. Also, this is exacerbated by the 24-hour news cycle and the need to report and dissect stories and positions by pundits and politicians and professors and profilers. And does this matter? I think it does matter, because if we also don't examine the root causes of why these people feel like they're not being heard and need to act in the ways that we're seeing, then we're not going to be able to act as a good government and to make good policies and give folks better direction. Why does someone become a healthcare worker? Why do people work in nursing homes, emergency rooms, provide inpatient care? Why are they healthcare technicians or nurses, physicians, pharmacists, and paramedics? The unifying idea here, my colleagues, is that they want to help people. They think it's very, very important that they see people who are sick and unwell, and they're caring at heart. They want to help people get through those very, very difficult times of their lives, whether it's things like bereavement, or whether it's a surgical illness, whether it's mental health illness. They want to be there to help. I also want to make it clear to my colleagues that unfortunately this type of abuse is not only directed at frontline healthcare workers, we have also seen it directed towards policymakers. In my own province of Nova Scotia, we've seen Dr. Robert Strang, our Chief Medical Officer of Health. He has been subjected to this type of actions. We've also noted that Dr. Theresa Tam has been subjected to it. We know that our own colleague, who is our Shadow Minister for Natural Resources and formerly Shadow Minister for Health, suffered threats and humiliation as well. What is important here is giving good direction and clear advice to Canadians, but also to come at that, as we've often talked about here in the House over the last several days, from a position of caring and concern for our colleagues and for all Canadians, and to give them a voice so that we can hear their issues. It's somewhat counterproductive to alienate millions of unvaccinated Canadians with more and more restrictive mandates. Unfortunately, we do hear from them over and over now that they're losing their jobs, they're losing their pensions, they're concerned about the loss of their house and how they're going to provide for their family. Those are not the types of policies that are going to help us fix this situation. As I watched the news the other day, I did hear one pastor say that unfortunately there's people out there who are going to dig their heels in all the way to their necks. We need to support the right to lawful association and for the right to express alternate opinions. As we will likely see in debates that are going to come up in this House in the near future, we know that free speech needs to be defended, and in the immortal words of Voltaire, I do not agree with what you have to say, but I'll defend to the death your right to say it. Colleagues, this is not about restricting the right to protest. It is about ensuring the manner in which it is done does not harm another person. The second part of this bill, and being a rookie politician, I'm not sure that how well they go together or how much is going to add to those folks who already have significant federal benefits. I do get concerned somehow about the trickle-down effects that this may affect for provincial governments and to small businesses as well, because we know that small businesses are very essential to our economy moving forward, especially in this time of significant inflation, and that's going to be important as we go forward. So again, I'm not entirely sure the benefit of having these two bills together and what benefit the second part of the bill is going to provide. But certainly, I think it's a worthwhile bill to present and to send it off to committee for further study. I thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Thunder Bay. Yes, Thunder Bay Rainy River. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to welcome the new member from Cumberland, Colchester. Indeed, we seem to be on similar paths in lives, going from being doctors to here in Parliament. And I'm really happy that he supports this bill, and I think this week we've seen some really nice change in terms of all being together on the same page, first with conversion therapy and now with this bill. But I wanted to ask him something else that he kind of, I think, hinted of in his speech, was the coming problem of lack of manpower in the healthcare profession, whether it's doctors and nurses. We had it before, but I think he realizes, like I, that it's going to be worse after COVID because a lot of people through age or through attrition aren't going back to work. And maybe he can comment on ways that he thinks we can start addressing this problem of lack of health care in the profession.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague opposite for his question and understanding as another physician. You know, certainly Canadians we know are facing significant healthcare provider shortages. In primary care in Nova Scotia, for instance, we're lacking care for approximately 100,000 Nova Scotians. Some of the estimates around nursing would suggest that we're short 70,000 nurses. I don't know how we're going to replace that. However, I do think there's some great information out there. And again, as my colleague would suggest, it's going to take an effort of this entire House to correct this problem. I'm not entirely sure that the Prime Minister's promise of 7,500 healthcare providers is going to be enough. and it's going to take a lot of creative solutions to come up with that. I'm happy to work with my colleague opposite on that problem. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to salute and congratulate my colleague on his election and his commitments and his speech. First question. In his opinion, should the government have called the House back sooner after the election instead of taking 2 months, which would have given us the time to work in greater depth on bills such as this one and more efficiently as well? Second question. As he stressed in his speech, in his opinion, should the government have presented 2 distinct bills rather than putting both of them together on different subjects? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I think that it is increasingly important. Of course, it's important for us to come back to the House as soon as possible, rather than over 63 days later. It's essential to be able to, I don't have the word for it.
Of this House. HoC.
Get back to the business of this House. I think also that there are many things here that are important and need to be done in the coming days, as well as the fact that these are indeed 2 very different subjects, and I don't think it's appropriate for both of these things to be put together in one bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to congratulate the new member on his speech and congratulate him for winning his seat in the last election. And I wanted to follow up on one of the questions that was asked from my colleague from Thunder Bay Rainy River in terms of the availability of healthcare workers. He spoke about his daughter who is a paramedic, and I know in Alberta that there are a real shortage of paramedics. I've spoken to paramedics on their doorsteps, and the sadness, the anger, the exhaustion that they express to me is really quite heartbreaking. And we're hearing that from paramedics, from doctors, from nurses, from all healthcare workers. So I'm wondering if the member could speak a little bit about the plan to get more healthcare providers in our system and to make sure that our healthcare system is more robust with a better balance between the federal transfers and the provincial transfers, so that we have that publicly delivered, universally accessible health care that all Canadians need.
Honourable member for Cumberland Colchester, 15 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her question. You know, I think it is important that we relook at the healthcare system. We know that it is failing Canadians, and as Team Conservative, that's one of the things that I heard at the doors over and over and over again during the election, that we know that people don't have the access that they need. And therefore, that is something that, as I said previously, we know that the mental health of healthcare professionals is suffering, and that we need to work on for all Canadians to strengthen the system that we have. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And first off, I'll note that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Hochelaga. I'd like to acknowledge that we're addressing the House today from the ancestral, traditional, unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. And it's a unique opportunity to rise in the House today, surrounded by my colleagues, who I'm really happy to see again, to participate in the second reading debate on Bill C-3. I'm going to spend the time available to me today to provide some more details about the proposed legislation. First, it would amend the Canada Labour Code to provide 10 days of paid sick leave per year to workers in the federally regulated private sector. Now, this would affect nearly 1 million workers in Canada, most of whom work for larger enterprises, but we have to take care with the smaller operators and the impact this will have on them, and I'll have more to say about that in a bit. But those employed in the federally regulated sector for private enterprise would include interprovincial transportation companies, pipelines, banks, postal services, broadcast outlets, among other things. These are all industries that people count on every day, and yet workers in these jobs can't necessarily count on appropriate support if and when they become ill. If they get sick, they feel the pressure to go to work because putting food on the table is not a choice.
paying the rent or the mortgage is not a choice. That said, I know from my past, too many people want to be the hero, and they want to go to work and drag themselves there. As a broadcaster, I remember fighting my way through blizzards and alligators and Dungeons and Dragons to get to work so I could tell everybody to stay at home. And this kind of heroism looks good on the surface, but when it comes to an illness, and especially one as critical as COVID-19, it's really, really not a good attribute to have. So the bill we have before us puts people first. As the Minister of Labour has said, people have always been at the heart of Canada's labour program. So let's talk about the Canada Labour Code. It sets out rules that protect worker health and safety. Today's bill would amend Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code, which sets minimum labour standards for the federally regulated private sector. And it's in Part 3 that you'll find the provisions dealing with things like standard working hours, leave, holidays, wages, and important issues like sexual harassment. But today's bill has to do with the leave provisions. Currently, Part 3 of the Code provides employees in federally regulated industries with a number of leaves related to personal illness or injury. I'll mention 3 of them now. The first is personal leave, which provides employees with up to 5 days of leave per year, the first 3 of which are paid. This would be for things like personal illness or injury or urgent matters concerning themselves or their families. The second is unpaid medical leave. Workers have up to 17 weeks if they're unable to work due to personal illness or injury or medical appointments during working hours. Employees may also take up to 16 weeks of unpaid leave as the result of quarantine. Now, the last leave that I'm going to mention today is leave related to COVID-19. In March 2020, the Canada Labour Code was amended to create this new leave provision. Prior to its repeal on November 20th, it allowed for employees to take unpaid, job-protected leave for up to 4 weeks if they are unable to work for reasons related to COVID-19. This leave was designed to align with the suite of Canada Recovery sickness benefits, and workers have been able to file for claims for income support under that law. On November 24th, the government introduced legislation under Bill C-3, the one that we're debating today, that would reinstate the leave, extend its maximum length to 6 weeks, and ensure it remains available until May 7th, 2022. But ultimately, these leave provisions mean that employees cannot take more than 3 days sick off of work that are paid by the employer. And it's clear, especially since the onset of the pandemic, that 3 days aren't enough. Even looking at 2019 data, and that's pre-pandemic, Canadian workers took an average of 8.5 days of leave for illness or issues related to a disability. So what would Bill C-3 do? With Bill C-3, we're taking action to make sure Canadians in federally regulated industries have access to paid sick days. It amends the Canada Labour Code to do 3 things. First, it makes a change to repeal the personal leave that an employee may take for treating their illness or injury. This is to avoid duplicating paid leave provisions relating to illness or injury, and to set people up to be able to use the new leave that would be created. Second, and here's the new leave, the bill would provide that an employee might earn and take up to 10 days of paid medical leave in a calendar year. They might take these sick days in 1 or more periods. And third, the bill would have some built-in flexibility. It would authorize the Governor and Council to make regulations to modify, in certain circumstances, the provisions respecting medical leave of absence with pay. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I'd like to pause on a point that is a bit of a sticking point for some, and it's one that I referenced earlier. Namely, that the changes proposed today would have an impact on employers, especially smaller businesses. The government wants to make sure that employers have some lead-in time to handle these changes, and that's why the coming into force date would be fixed by order in Council. We'd also commit to engaging in consultations with federally regulated employers to better understand the impact of these changes on their local realities. There are a few other mitigating factors. The workers covered by these new amendments mainly work in medium to large-sized businesses, where the financial impacts would be more diffuse. For example, 87% of the workers impacted by this are in firms of 100 employees or more. That leaves 13% in smaller companies who would likely feel the pinch of paid absences more acutely. They can also request a medical note from employees when they use their sick day. And again, this is obviously an opportunity for the smaller employers especially to make sure that the leave being taken is legitimate. In addition, if an employee has used up all of the leave in the previous calendar year or is a new employee, the employee starts to accumulate paid sick leave at the rate of 1 day per month. This reduces the exposure for employers. And for employees that don't use 10 days in a year, the proposed legislation allows for a limited carryover of days. This means that the employee is not starting from scratch in a new year. However, the maximum number of paid sick days for the year remains at 10. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is working hard to finish the fight against COVID-19. And we've heard in the other part of this bill that there's resistance to this, that there are impediments, that there are people who, for a variety of reasons, be it fear, be it ideology, be it just plain stubbornness, don't necessarily want to contribute to that most fundamental of Canadian values, and that is acting for the common good. Well, Bill C-3 would help both actually come through. It would make sure that nearly 1 million more Canadians at least have access to enough paid sick days. This would be, more in line with what some of the provinces like British Columbia are doing, which allows for 3 paid sick days and then 5 unpaid sick days. But the idea, of course, is that if somebody is sick, they maintain their position in the company. So ongoing employment, especially for employees that are hard to find and talented and technically able, would be maintained even if they do have to take time off when they're sick. Bill C-3 would make sure that 1 million or more Canadians have access to enough paid sick days, and if the Governor-General said in the speech from the throne on November 23rd, as we move forward on the economy of the future, no worker or region will be left behind. Bill 3 is intended to do just that, but I believe that the debate and the comments that we've heard from all sides of the House seek to enrich, inform, and make this legislation better. And in that regard, I'll look forward to now the questions that will come from the honourable members. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I really appreciate the speech from my colleague. We're usually talking about the protection of wild salmon together, so nice to see him back in the House, and certainly look forward to working with him on that. Madam Speaker, grateful also to the Liberals to finally get on board when it comes to paid sick leave. We've talked a lot about the gaps when it comes to workers and in terms of leave in this House today. One thing that again has come up is bereavement leave. We don't have a national bereavement strategy. We know that people that lose a child in particular, they don't get enough time to spend grieving the loss, and there's huge mental health and illness effects that come with losing a child if people are forced back to work. HUMA did a really important report on bereavement and actually recommended that parents should get 12 to 15 weeks of paid sick leave, Madam Speaker, so they could deal with the grieving loss of a child. Through you, Madam Speaker, does my colleague agree that we need to do more to ensure that there's better supports for parents that have lost a child?
Honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I will use the privilege of being not in Cabinet to say, yes, I absolutely agree with my honourable colleague, and it is something that I would encourage the government to work toward.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Okanagan, Shuswap. South Okanagan, Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. North Okanagan, Shuswap. And that's okay. It's early in the session. I'd want to thank the member from Fleetwood Port Kells, and like the colleague from Courtney Alberni, I've worked with him on Fisheries Committee for a number of years now. I'd like to ask the member if he can explain how this bill will apply to companies that work or contract to federally regulated industries, employers. We know that it applies directly to federally regulated corporations that are under federal regulation, but how does it apply to companies that contract and work under those federally regulated organizations? Thank you.
The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, the short answer is I don't know. And I think that that's something that needs to be fleshed out in terms of the review of this legislation. That said, how far do we go? A contractor to a contractor, the aunt of the wife of an uncle to the contractor. There has to be obviously some boundaries. The focus here is on employers or employees working in federally regulated jobs. And that's a good start. Whether or not it's expanded is something that's, I think, worthy of further consideration.
Questions, l'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. And I'd like to come back to something that I think is very clear to everyone today. Paid sick leave is a good thing. Paid sick leave is a good thing for the workplace as well. And it's also good for the community during a pandemic. So it's good for workers, employers, and the community. I'm glad that the Liberals have seen the light, finally. But why is this now considered a good idea in 2021 when in 2020 during the pandemic it didn't seem like a good idea?
Kells.
I think that this is an example of how things morph over time. Just like the COVID-19 virus itself, new challenges are presented. We've been dealing with a moving target now for quite some time. And I think that what really this demonstrates is the government's willingness to be flexible and to be innovative where necessary, and certainly to be informed by the arguments presented by our colleagues in the opposition.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke about compassion, the importance of this bill in order to be able to take care of people during the pandemic. It's just odd that the Liberals suddenly are in a huge hurry to help these people when they triggered an election in the middle of a pandemic, which delayed our business, which prevented us from resuming our business in the fall like we were supposed to, which prevented committee work from continuing, and we won't be able to come back until February to get back to study of legislation and files that could help people. So does my colleague think that it was really necessary to have an election in the middle of a pandemic and delay all of our business when people needed us to work together?
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Well, I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that throughout the time up until we came back to this House, we did have the Canada Sickness Recovery benefit that was in essence a backstop to this. But to the other point, was that election necessary? I think it was for precisely the reason that we're here talking about this today, because we had to examine what role government should play. The finance critic for the official opposition, when they first rolled out the larger program, said, well, that's not something Conservatives would do. Well, we'd be in a pretty tough shape as a country if that, in fact, was what we took forward in managing the pandemic. So, yes, Canadians in the election answered the question of what government is for, what government should do, and this is the government they chose to do it.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for North Okanagan, Shuswap. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll make it quick because the member already responded back that he doesn't know how this legislation will apply to companies that contract to federally regulated corporations. As a member of the government, had you not thought about this as a government, how this bill was going to apply to Canadians? It's another example of legislation put forward that's not fully thought out by an inept government. Why was it not thought out?
Member for Fleetwood Port Kells, 10 seconds.
I would say that the government has acted as quickly as possible because of the need to get the supports in place. We had supports. Those supports and our legislative rules came to an end. We had to move, and we had to move quickly. But we've always been prepared to refine as necessary to make sure that the legislation does its job.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député d'Hochelaga.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in this House on the unceded territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Now I'm here to talk about Bill C-3, a bill that aims to better protect Canadians and help keep them safe at work. It is unfortunate that some workers cannot afford to stay home when they are sick. That is the reality, however, Madam Speaker, and I've seen that many times, including in my riding. Many workers across Canada cannot afford the loss of income even for a few days. They have to pay their mortgage or rent, cover car expenses, and many other bills in order to support their families. As a result, they risk worsening their health or spreading a virus of some kind. Madam Speaker, forcing this kind of dilemma on Canadian workers is simply not fair. And now it's time to fix it and close the gap on paid sick leave. Currently, the Canada Labour Code provides employees in federally regulated industries 3 days of personal leave with pay to be used for illness or injury. But looking at the numbers more closely, in 2019, Canadian workers took an average of 8.5 days off for disability-related illness and issues. It's crystal clear, Madam Speaker, 3 paid days is simply not enough. With Bill C-3, we are taking steps to ensure that Canadians in federally regulated industries have access to the paid sick leave they deserve. The Government of Canada is introducing legislation that would amend the Canada Labour Code to provide 10 days of paid sick leave per year to federally regulated private sector workers. The impact of this will be enormous. There are about 18,500 employees in federally regulated industries. Employers, rather. This includes federal crown corporations as well as some activities on First Nations reserves. They employ 955,000 people, and the vast majority of them work in medium to large companies, i.e., companies with 100 or more employees. The federally regulated sector includes workplaces from a wide range of industries. Interprovincial air travel, as well as rail, road, and marine transportation, pipelines, banking, postal services, and more. These are all industries that people rely on every day. The bill before us today not only allows workers in these vital industries to stay home to care for themselves when they are sick, but also prevents the spread of disease in the workplace. More specifically, Madam Speaker, Bill C-3 would amend Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code and will make 2 changes. First of all, employees would earn 1 day of paid leave for each full month of employment, up to a maximum of 10 days per calendar year. Second, the phrase caring for an illness or injury would be removed from the list of reasons for which an employee may take personal leave. The reason for this is simple: to avoid duplicating the paid leave provisions for illness or injury under the Canada Labour Code. These 2 changes would affect approximately 582,700 employees in the federally regulated private sector who currently do not have access to at least 10 days of paid sick leave. Madam Speaker, an increase in paid sick leave would support employees by protecting them in 3 ways. First, paid sick leave would protect workers' incomes. As I said earlier, I've seen people in my riding, employees, workers who cannot afford to take sick leave. Secondly, paid sick leave would protect their jobs. And finally, it would protect workers' health, which is, of course, the most important thing. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, studies have shown that paid sick leave benefits both employers and reduces turnover, and the public health care system by avoiding that it become overloaded. The good news is that this means that paid sick leave also protects our economy. For all these reasons, it seems clear to me that we need to move forward with this bill. Madam Speaker, the introduction of 10 days of paid sick leave in the Canada Labour Code is really just the first step in this government's plan.
Comme il est 14h30, la Chambre...
It being 2:30 p.m., the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m., pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.